1. Alright. Let's try. Okay, good. 1. Alright. Then we should be good to go. Huzzah. And this, and go live, and 1, and good enough. Alright. Hello, ladies, gentlemen. And, well, not just ladies and gentlemen. But I'm aware this is Pride Month. If I try to expand it any more than that, like, I know there's gonna be stuff I'm gonna be forgetting, and suffice it to say, I should probably stop there, or I'm gonna go through this and this and this and this and this and this, and there's still gonna be somebody had, yeah, well, you didn't include me. I'm going to miss somebody regardless. And I'm not trying to be exclusive. It's just, I mean, when I first came across the acronym in question, I think it was LB, no, LGBT or something like that. I think. And then the Q got added on, and the queer part, I'm still not entirely sure what that means, but I think from my understanding, it's basically, it's, my understanding is, it's like, you know, here's a circle, and inside part of the circle is this, and anything that's, you know, and the big circle is like humanity, and the small circle is anybody that's, you know, cisgendered, you know, etc., etc. You know what the historically, and this is probably a bad way to use this term. I don't have a good way to. I don't have another good term to use that I can think of at this point. I apologize. Again, I'm not trying to be exclusive. I just don't know other words to use. Um, so, basically, think of this as somebody who wants to know more, but doesn't even know where to start looking and who to start asking. Anyway, big circle, humanity. Small circle, anybody that's, you know, that has historically the normal of being, you know, well, I was born male, so I am male. And I like females, or I was born female, and so I am female, and so I like males. That. And as far as I understand it, and again, I could very well be wrong. My brain has got as far as kind of understanding that if it's not in that small circle and it's anywhere else, it's considered queer. And if I'm wrong in that, please tell me. Please help me find some way to, like, I I almost need a cheat sheet to figure out what's going on. Gay, lesbian, bisexual, as far as I understand, those are still the same terms that I understand from like 40 years ago with basically the same meanings. And then there's some newer ones that I'm less familiar with. Um, you have, oh good lord, I think asexual is part of that now. I think, which I understand that, because I have a friend that's fallen into that, so I learned about that because of her. Um, Two Spirit feels like what historically would have been considered like multiple personality, but I don't like it feels like it's something along that lines, but it's not the same thing. Um, uh, and then there's some others that are like trans. I mean, you say trans, are you talking transgendered? Are you talking transsexual? Are you talking, just simply cross dressers? Um, and so what I was familiar with, as being an acronym of like four letters, start becoming five, six, and there's reasons. And so this is why I say, even if I go through the entire thing, there's probably still going to be somebody left out. And I could say hello fellow humans or hello fellow gamers or something of that nature. I'm still going to leave somebody out. And it's not I want to leave somebody out. It's just it's a lot more complicated than it used to be. So, this is me basically saying I don't want to leave people out. I have no intention of leaving people out. But I also don't want to be sitting here trying to figure out how to make, how to say something that's inclusive to everyone that doesn't feel, it doesn't feel awkward from both sides. So, I don't know. Hi, everyone! Maybe I just keep it as simple as something simple like that. Anyway, um, but yeah, it's hashtag it's complicated. Anyway, um, that being said, also, I very much have been the kind of person who is, I don't care what your name says. What do you want me to call you? That's what I will call you. I've had people in my life. I've had teachers who insisted that we call them by their first name in class. In class, out of class, whatever. No, no, call me by my first name. What? No, call me by my first name. Um, I can't even remember. I can't even remember his last name right now. I had a teacher named Jay because that I think he had a very short, simple, bland last name, and it's like that's everybody call. You know, didn't matter who you were. Didn't matter. No, no, he wanted to be called by his first name. Okay. Um, my 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 brother was in scouts, and we had a leader. One of the scout leaders came over, and I'm like, "What do I call you?" And my family kept. Well, let me rephrase that. Certain members of my family, largely my older brother, was trying to tell me to I should be calling him by you know title, last name. You know, like Dr. Smith or Mr. Johnson or um, or Secretary, I don't know, Wilson or whatever. I don't know. I'm bad at coming up with names that aren't. I I don't want to use a name from another ethnicity and find out that well actually you shouldn't be. I You see where my brain's going. I have to be so careful when crossing lines because you got to remember. You look at me. I'm a middle-aged white, European extraction, you know, North American male. I am like at the bottom of the list of anything that's interesting in that context. You know, I have as far as people in North America are concerned, I have a bland ethnicity. I have a bland complexion. I'm male, so this is already the general default assumption. I'm not really young and I'm not really old, so I'm in that central range. I am like the random default assumption. You say somebody from, North America, and I'm going to check so many of the basic general assumption boxes that it's like, okay. Like you mentioned, for example, a politician, and I don't mean a specific one, I mean politician, the job category. And the default assumption is going to be somebody who falls into the same categories as me. Uh, or a manager at some kind of business. Same check marks are going to apply. Or, a teacher. Same check marks are going to apply. Assuming we don't make a distinction between what do they teach. What grades do they teach? Just a teacher. Also, it's not unreasonable for that one to also be female. But apart from that, a lot of those check marks are still going to apply. You assume math and science, it's going to be the first column. You assume anything language-based or early years of schooling, it's going to be the second, etc., etc. Um, you know, it's like so many default assumptions are going to be based on what I am, and that's so. Which means that if I start bringing up somebody who is not in the same category as I am, I've got to be more cautious with what I'm saying because, like, there's certain words that I cannot use because the default assumption is that if I use it, I am being some kind of ist. I am being racist. I am being sexist. I am being, um, you know, uh, I'm anti a given religion or whatever. And so I'm constantly having to watch the sort of terminology that I use to make sure that I'm not crossing those lines. And, Pride Month, you got to be a little, people are expected to be a little more cautious and a little more, um, a little more cautious, a little friendlier to people who do not fall into that random, you know, centrals. Central's a bad word. That smaller circle. Again, the big circle is humanity. The small circle is anyone that falls into that default assumption. So yeah. Again, all that is to say, I don't want to be exclusive. I just don't. I don't know. I don't know a good way to say things in such ways that I'm not leaving people out. Anyway. Cheers. So, yeah, if somebody's got a good idea on an inclusive way that also doesn't come across. I heard this word from a CGP Grey video some years ago, where he had been doing he had been doing a he had been doing a video. He was doing research that involved the the native North Americans, the native peoples of North America, and I think it had something to do with. I don't remember I don't remember exactly, so don't quote me on this. I think it had something to do with something else, something military, if I'm getting the right concept in mind. and getting permission because, to film on certain locations because it was on land that was home to, you know, uh, it was home to Aboriginal people, Native North Americans, however, whatever term you want to use for it. And some of the people that he was talking to did not like hearing these expressions. Native American or Native North American uh, or Aboriginal or whatever. And there was this wonderful word that I heard getting used in the video, which was over inclusivity. And there's certain terms that I've come across since watching that video, and that feel like that, because you want things to be, you want to be inclusive, but you also don't want to go so far that, like, simple example, really ultra simple example. In general, and I'm using extremely broad generic strokes here, um, videos and streams and whatever about about games, especially video games, are generally going to be more interesting to a male audience than a female audience in general. There are going to be certain categories that are going to be more welcoming to females. There's going to be certain types of videos that are going to be more welcoming to females, etc., etc. There's even going to be certain creators that are going to be more interesting to a female audience. But the typical default assumption is that your average person who's going to watch a stream about a game is going to be male. Well, do you lean into that, or do you keep your eyes open for the occasional female gamer who, the occasional, you know, the occasional woman in the audience who is going to watch and is going to want to participate, this, that, whatever. They may have interesting perspectives and whatever. Or they just may have similar perspectives to other people, and etc., etc., etc. If you know, you don't want to be leaning too hard into the fact that they're a woman. That they're a woman, they're a female, however you want to put it. You don't want to lean too hard into that because then things will feel creepy. But you also don't want them to feel like they're just another name. So you've got to find that, good middle ground. Technology runs into the same situation. Anything math or anything science based tends to fall into the same situation. And so, you want to be inclusive. but you also don't want to like push too hard on that. So then you get, you know, so but you want to be inclusive. And then of course you get over inclusivity. You know, when you're doing that, you're like to me what that means is throwing, oh my god, now he's responding. Throwing everything, like throwing everybody in together to the point where nobody gets to, like, I think my favorite term to try and exemplify what I'm trying to say is neurodivergent. And I take a look at the term and I'm like, let's break it down on what it means. Neuro has to do with the brain. Divergent means something's different. So basically, if you don't fall into this box, you're neurodivergent because your brain works differently than anybody who falls into this box. Which covered such a wide swath of things that it doesn't really mean anything because that is putting somebody who's got epilepsy in the same category as somebody who's got autism, which are not related at all. You know, one has to do with like the physical chemistry of the brain, and the other has to do with like stuff that happens like inside like the mental part of it. You know, it's like the physical versus the mental. And that's a different category from somebody that's got multiple personalities. You can be all three, or you could be one of the three, or you could be something else entirely different. And those three things have nothing to do with each other. It's like the difference between like the color of your skin, uh, your gender, and what month you were born. Those three things have nothing to do with each other, which is why I personally dislike the term neurodivergence because it's so all encompassing. It's I don't want to say the term is useless, but there's too many things in it to make it actually useful, in my opinion. And again, you know, I cannot stress this enough. This is my opinion. I'm not. I have no problem with people that fall under neurodivergent. I believe I qualify as that in more than one manner. But the term feels too broad to actually be useful in day-to-day life. Because it covers too many things that are so different from each other. Um, but yeah, and this is where this is where over inclusivity, in my opinion, comes from. Neurodivergence feels like that kind of word to me. Now, it might have a more specific definition than that. It doesn't feel like it to me. And the again, terrible way to word it. Don't know what else to how else to phrase what I'm trying to get, what's in my head right now. So, but the acronym soup of it's starting to feel like it's almost like they people need a label for anything that isn't cis. Okay, then if you need to label, because the point of saying lesbian and gay and bisexual and transvestite and transsexual and crossdresser and two spirit and whatever is so that you can talk about, you know so so you can talk about things that fall into that. But if you're just simply referring to anybody that is not cis, we need, if you insist on having a label for it, then come up with a label for non-cis. As opposed, not nonsense, non-cis. And just because people who are, two-spirit have different needs than people who are, um, oh, what was the word I said? Asexual. But we're lumping them together. You know, this acronym soup is lumping people that are very different from each other just in terms of categories, those categories. It's lumping, again, it's lumping everybody that is not cis together. And the only reason we need something like that is to make sure that stuff like housing and social assistance and stuff of that nature is looked after for everybody equally. That's already in, well, depending on where you live, it's not unlikely that's already in your, in the country's constitution or, you know, charter or whatever it is that says, hey, by the way, here's the rights that everyone has. Um, that being said, that also depends on where you live. But uh, I would presume that probably at least half the population of the planet lives somewhere where, you know what? It's all, you know what? We all fit into the category of people that are willing to accept people for what they are, and they should all have the same rights. I think somewhere around a third to half the population has to actually split it up. And people of different different sexes, different genders, whatever, have different um what's the word I'm looking for? Have different rights and are treated differently from each other. I think that's a smaller proportion, but it's still a fairly large. But it's still a large it's still a large area. But yeah, the only reason we need any sort of term at all for somebody who is not cis is realistically societal, uh, societal, and making people have access to proper societal and government programs. And beyond that, normal day to day life. I'm sorry. Uh, you know, a, a gay, a gay, a two spirit, and a pansexual walk into a party and they have a great time. And there's no joke because they're just people that all happen. You know what? The bartender doesn't care. As long as nobody's making, doing stuff that's inappropriate at the bar, in the bar, nobody cares. Anyway, you know, what do you have? Okay, this is how much it is. Okay, you're paying for it. Cool, great. Don't get, don't don't end up passing out in the corner or whatever. Don't harass the patrons, etc., etc. Have fun. The same rule for everybody. Your your sexual identity and your orientation, whatever, doesn't matter. It's like, does it matter what faith you are when you walk into a bar? Only if you're going to be going to the bar in the first place, and if you are, what you're going to be having. But that's a from your perspective thing. From the bar's perspective, doesn't matter. Anyway, rant over. TLDR, I never mean to exclude anyone. I just. We need good terminology to be able to say hi to everyone without making people feel left out. If you can help me with that, let me know. Let me know in the comments. Let me know in Discord. Let me know on if you're gonna hit me up through social media. Discord or Blue Sky are the best ways to try and pin me down. I rarely pay attention to Twitter. I basically just advertise my stream on Twitter because people still use it. Anyway, that being said, Gatecrash. Boop. Oh Lord. Oh. Sorry, got a message from my boss. I'm expecting longer. I'm expecting bigger. I'm expecting more shifts over the next while. Anyway, we are back at Ravnica. This is now our second trip to Ravnica. Ravnica, for people that are not familiar with it. So, you start off with a plane. Spelled the same way as like aeroplane. And a plane is basically like a universe unto itself. And some planes are largely just like one world. Ravnica is one of those. Some planes have got, I think I want to say Dominia is the name of the plane. Good lord. MTG page Dominia. Okay. Alright, I cannot see a... Alright, so Dominia is basically the multiverse. Each individual plane can be a single world, it can be a solar system, it can be a full-on universe. Like what we expect from Mars. But basically, there's some amount of space, quote unquote, and that's all there is to it. So it's like if you go to open up your fridge, it's like, you might have like a small little mustard bottle, and you might have like a big thing of milk. And they're two completely different sizes, but each is a container with stuff in it, in and of itself. And they're all part of the multiverse, which in this case is your fridge. You might have an apple in there. The apple is everything that's in the apple, the skin, the stem, the seeds, the whole 9 yards. But that has nothing to do with the the thing of butter. That's also sitting in your fridge. They're not related, but they happen to be in the same thing. They're completely different sizes, this, that, whatever else. They're not related, but they're all part of the multiverse. And some are bigger than others. And Ravnica is one of these planes that is basically just a world. It is literally one world, which not even a world. The world is one giant city. Imagine if you took Earth and every square, every square kilometer or every square mile was healthily populated. And when I say healthily, I mean there's a bunch of people living there. Through the entire planet. The Arctic, the area of the area of land that's above the Arctic, that's north of the Arctic Circle, regardless of which way you're coming from, having millions of people on it. Millions upon millions upon millions. The Antarctic, completely, the treaties or whatever that allow it to only be researched, overhauled. You know what? This is now, we've got so many people. The Antarctic is now covered by population. Ravnica is kind of like that. Except on top of that, you've also got fantasy races. So even your oceans are going to be covered because you've got people, you've got you have merfolk, you have, oh, let's pull it up just because it's hilarious. Wrong set. But it's in Ravnica Legions. So, the third trip to Ravnica. Shark to crab. It is a cross between a shark, an octopus, and a crab. What? It's a cross between a shark, an octopus, and a crab. Don't ask. You want an answer? Talk to the Simic. So even the oceans, the lakes, the streams, the rivers, the oceans have all got population. Some of them are intelligent, some of them are less so, some of them are combinations of creatures thrust together, etc., etc., etc. This is Ravnica. One world. Population, yes. You can't. Hey, Zero. It's a lot. So, this is now our second trip. We have made a return to Ravnica. And, things have gone messy. And, Jace is trying to put some kind of order back to Ravnica. And when I say order, the Azorius believe in order. They believe in laws and regulations and, no meat on, no meat on Sundays and, the whole 9 yards. If you're the kind of person that's got to put, everything has to be in its own little box, and and that box goes exactly here. No, not even over a little bit. No, it has to be exactly here. You're Azorius. Jace isn't looking for order on that level. he wants structure, but it doesn't have to be like, I have to schedule out exactly how long my meetings with people are going to be in it. No. There's 10 guilds. Every guild represents a color pair from the Magic the Gathering perspective. They don't know that. But there's 10 guilds, and the stability, the order, the structure that he's looking for is such that no guild is like so much more powerful than the others. He doesn't, the Gruul, which are very nature, very primal, very, I mean, saying animal would not be inappropriate, but not, but they, I mean, we are talking sentient beings here. Um, you know, if the horses are going for a run, the Gruul will run with them. Not necessarily even on them, but with them. You know, the horses want to run wild, the Gruul will run along, alongside them. But they should have as much say in what goes on as the Azorius, the lawmakers, the people that, things have to be, oh, good lord. Let me see if I can find. There is a great piece of flavor text. Oh, I remember what it's called. Yes. You're an advisor too, aren't you? Yes, you are. Whoops. Boop. Visual spoiler. This one here. This very much is what the Azorius are like. Droning bureaucrats. Ignore the mechanical part of the card. Flavor text. And you must also apply for an application license, file documents 136, 4, and 22C and D in triplicate, pay all requisite fees, request a... You want to know what the Azorius are like? That's what the Azorius are like. But the big thing about the way Ravnica is set up is that the Gruul and the Azorius have just as much power overall in, in how much say they have in what goes on Ravnica. And that's the kind of order that Jace is looking at. Making sure that, the, the Boros are not, the Boros and the Rakdos are, are fairly represented in all relevant in all relevant matters. Basically making sure that everybody's got everyone's got equal say. That's what the Guild Pact was for. The name of the second set from the first time we were at Ravnica. That's what the Guild Pact was for. Make sure that everybody was on the same footing. Well, things went south. And now he's trying to get things back to, back to that level. So, Gatecrash is, the second set where we're dealing with that stuff. If we should call it Gatecrash, this giant city has got 10 guilds. Each one's got a guild gate. Would you believe that in a world where 5 different colors of magic, every pair of colors is represented by a guild? Would you believe we have guildless? We have people that aren't part of any of the guilds, who often end up feeling like they're second class citizens because they don't fit in any of these categories. Because, you know, we need nice neat we need nice neat little boxes to put everyone in. Well, some of these people don't fit nice and, into boxes very easily. Which is, Gatecrash. Gates are getting knocked down. That being said, Return to Ravnica. It's 3 sets. Return to Ravnica, Gatecrash, and Dragon's Maze. The first time we were at Ravnica, the first set gave us 4 of the color pairs. The second set gave us 3. The third set gave us the last 3. So we get all 10 over the 3 sets. This time we're not doing it that way. 5 in the first, 5 in the second. The third we have all 10. So you really, if you're building Return to Ravnica block constructed, and you are building an Orzhov deck, you really want cards from Dragon's Maze and Gatecrash, and maybe a little bit of extra random stuff that happens being Return to Ravnica. But if you're looking at Azorius, well, no, you want Return to Ravnica and Gatecrash, and maybe like the odd card from, Return to Ravnica and Dragon's Maze, and maybe a little bit that happens to snuck its way into Gatecrash. So, all that being said, I've been yammering for almost an hour, and I still haven't started talking about the first card yet. This is going to be one of them nights. Thankfully, I'm in Canada. It is currently almost 8 p.m. where I am on Tuesday night, which means in just barely over 4 hours, according to my computer, 4 hours and 2 minutes now, it's going to be midnight, in the start of July 1st, which is a statutory holiday because that's Canada's birthday. I wonder how much I can get through in 4 hours. I doubt I'll get through it all. We'll see. I don't know, Zero, what do you think? You think I can get through this set in 4 hours? You see how long I can go off on diversions for? Do you think I can do it? So, we'll start off with white. Now Squad Commandos. 5 mana for a 3/5 with Battalion, which is the keyword for Boros. Because it's an ability word, but it's a word that's used to group cards that have similar abilities. Like a similar theme together, basically. And Battalion basically cares about, do I and at least two other do I and at least two other creatures, so in other words, at least three creatures in total, are we all declared as attackers? If yes, the triggered ability kicks in. This is a 5 mana 3/5 that attacks as base. If Battalion kicks in, basically you're looking at a 4/6 vigilance, which is not bad when you're looking at commons, and it's a 2-cent common. If you're considering throwing this in a deck, I would generally recommend some kind of either a token strategy or something aristocrats-ish, such that when creatures die, you get another body out of it. Or, actually, a good example of the sort of deck I'm looking at would actually be my mono white commons deck. It happens to be common. I'm not saying you should build this only as commons. But if you take a look at the kind of creatures that are in this deck, like Attended Knight, you make a creature. You don't just make a creature, you make an extra body. You combine that with something aristocrats-ish, and my mono black commons deck, again, fits into that idea nicely. Whoops. And then you look at cards like Doomed Dissenter. When it dies, you make an extra body. And actually, some of these cards in that context are better than others. Malfield Twins, for example, when it dies, and it's a decent sized body for its cost. When it dies, you get 2 extra bodies. Dread Drone, when it enters, you get 2 extra bodies. Diregraph Horde, when it enters, you get 2 extra bodies, etc., etc. So stuff of that nature. If you can build something along that lines at all, where every, along the basic concept of, I spend a card, I get at least 2 bodies somehow, either immediately or like either when it comes into play or when it dies or when it leaves the battlefield or whatever. Or there's I want to say it's a gnome that's in standard right now. Type 2 type gnome ID equal white. No, it makes gnomes. Create this. Envoy of Okenek Ahau. Whew. You can pay 5 mana to make another token. And it's pumpable, it doesn't tap for its ability. And it's a 3 mana 3/3, which is pretty good. So, something of that nature. And this is regularly going to be able to attack essentially as a 4/6 with vigilance. So, if you're considering a card that does something like that, I would recommend some kind of either some way to get more than one what's the word I'm looking for? Some way to get more than one body out of one card, as I mentioned before. You know, the examples I've just given. Or barring that, some way to regularly recur them. Usually for something like that, a card along the lines of Resembling Skeleton comes to mind. You know, it dies, you pay 2 mana, you get back into play, you attack with it again the next turn. Sorry, I just saw the flavor text on it. There's this famous, for those that have no idea what it's referring to, there's this famous thought experiment called the Ship of Theseus. With a name like Theseus, you can tell this goes back thousands of years. the essential version, the essential point is, you go on a seafaring vessel. We're talking thousands of years ago, so largely it's going to be made of wood. Over time, due to wear and tear, this plank has to be replaced. Okay, it gets replaced. This one has to be replaced. It gets replaced. Over time, every single part gets replaced. Question: is it still the same ship? Is this still the same sailing vessel? I have what I consider a PC of Theseus. This computer that I'm using to, show the website and my camera and my streaming software, the whole 9 yards. This was originally a completely different machine, but over time every single part has been changed. Is it still the same computer? And it never got changed all at once. The case got changed. The power supply got changed. The video card got changed. The drives got changed. The motherboard got changed. Is it still the same computer? It feels like it's the same computer, but it also feels like it's not. So the flavor text is referencing that. If none of the bones are original, is it even the same skeleton? Is what he's trying to say. And then he, obviously he's a philosopher. And then he's struck down as he's almost done finishing asking the question. He's struck down by the skeleton. Yeah. Very, very famous thought experiment. If everything has been replaced, is it? You can reference it in science fiction fairly easily as well. If anyone follows Star Trek, think about don't think too hard, but think about transport technology. Your molecules are basically red, taken apart, sent elsewhere, put back together, but it's going to be using different molecules. Are you the same person? Are you for sure the same person at that other location that you were when you dematerialized? Your thoughts and your feelings and your everything else may be. You know, they may be identical. But is that you or is that a clone of you? And you do this 1,000 times. Are you a clone of 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 a clone? Anyway. Yeah. 10 minutes talking about one card. I might not make it. But yeah, if you're considering playing a card like Nav Squad Commandos, this is my general assumption on how you would build it. And crap. I hit the wrong one. Ban. Okay, he's gone. Anyway, so okay, still no. But yeah, now Squad Commandos. If you've got some way of generating extra creatures, etc., that's how I would play that. And I still think it's a, like, especially if you're looking for building something reasonable on a budget, I would be happy with this card. You know, a card like this, if I'm looking at, say, maybe a $20 budget, maybe even lower than that, I could see myself playing Nav Squad Commandos in a deck like that. I'd have to be a little more. You gotta remember, if you're paying $20 for the entire deck, let's assume you've got. Let's assume you got 20 basic lands in there. So now you're looking at an average. So, and let's assume that you don't get charged for basic lands. So now you're looking at 80 cards. $20 to go for 80 cards means that every dollar has to get you 4 cards. So maybe a $10 budget you could pull it off. Because now you're talking like 25 cents a card, which is a decent rare. I think if you're going for like a $10 deck, a card like Nav Squad Commandos might actually be worth it. $20, I think you might be able to find better options, but $10 budget, yeah, I think it's actually reasonable. Debtor's Pulpit. I don't like this card. The first time I saw it, I'm like, my problem wasn't the card type, it wasn't the ability. It was the fact that it's 5 mana to cast it. So, let's make some assumptions here. 1. Occasionally you can replace 2 colorless mana with a colored mana symbol. If you take a look at how cards are costed, you'll often find that, for example, a card that costs 2 blue plus 2 and a card that costs blue plus 4 are identical, except they're costed differently. Alright. If you take a look at what these two do, this blue mana symbol here is turned into 2 mana, which now 2 plus 2 is 4. This is kind of how they like to cost cards, especially when you're looking at commons. You know, when you're looking at lower rarity cards, they like to do that to make it easier to cast them in formats like Limited. Which is why something that should cost, you know, if you've got, say, a 3/2 flyer that's got some kind of interesting ability to it, and you think it should cost 2 white, they'll end up costing it a white plus 4 to make it easier to cast in formats like Limited and more, you know, have more of an impact on the game. The question is, if you've got a 3/2 flyer, is it worth, is that plus the ability worth paying 5 mana? Well, this is actually the perfect example. We're looking at white plus 4 is approximately equal to 2 white plus 2. And keep in mind, this isn't a always true, but this is a true enough statement. It's not a rule, it's a guideline. Is probably the best way to put it. So 2 white plus 2, Enchant Land has tap target creature. When you're looking at a card like this that has got a variable involved, it's often convenient to take that variable and assume that variable equals 2. So, you have a creature that bumps all creatures of the chosen type. Cost it based on what it would do with 2 other creatures of the chosen type, or 2 copies of itself in play being the ones that are out. Something does a variable amount of damage. Assume 2 and cost based on that making sense. You can put a variable number of tokens into play. Assume 2 tokens. Or tokens of a variable size. Assume the parent toughness is 2. This can be activated a variable number of times. Assume it can get used twice. And cost accordingly. This is why when you look at a card like... Whoops. When you look at a card like Urza's Blueprints, it costs 6. It's got an echo cost of 6. It has tap draw a card. Jayemde Tome is 4 to cast, 4 tap, draw a card. Urza's Blueprints is designed based on Jayemde Tome. they balance out if you pay the echo cost once. Six, and then it gets blown up afterward. 6 cast, tap, draw a card. Okay, I'll tap it now. Well, that was a lot to just to draw a card. Yes, but no. Echo, I pay the cost. Tap, draw a card. I've paid 12 mana, I've drawn 2 cards. 4 to cast, 4 tap, draw a card. I've paid 8 to draw the first card, 4 to cast, 4 tap. I've paid 4 and tap to draw the second card. So in both cases, I've paid 12 mana and I've drawn 2 cards. Keep in mind, JMD Tome was considered the... anything that did... any artifact that was designed to draw cards was based on the assumption that JMD Tome was properly costed. It was fair. It was... everything else was designed based on what JMD Tome is. If you're tweaking a cost, an activation cost, you reduce the activation cost down by 2, well, now you've got to make some additional adjustments. Maybe you have to sack a thing, or maybe you have to discard a card, or you increase the initial cost or whatever. But it's all based around the assumption that JMD Tome was properly costed. And for a very, very long time, that's what we're based on. Urza's blueprints, if you take a look, in both cases, you pay 12 mana and tap, tap it twice and draw 2 cards. That's why they're balanced. The thing is, Urza's blueprints, after you've drawn the second card, Urza's blueprints just pulls ahead. And even if you only get to draw the 1 card, it's only costing you 6. It's 6 and tap versus 4 plus 4 plus tap. So cards are balanced based on the assumption that certain other cards are properly costed. And they're based on a guideline of 2. Urza's blueprints versus JMD Tome, drawing 2 cards, they both even out. Yes, Urza's blueprints is better once you get past the second one. JMD Tome is is often considered better, but it's going to be more expensive very quickly. Alright, Debtor's Pulpit. So, if we go based on the assumption of 2 white plus 2, and you're going to get 2 uses out of it, that means the assumption's going to be like it should be like 2 white to cast and 1 tap target creature, or something of that nature. Or just assume the enchantment is free, but it's white and 1 tap, tap enchanted land, tap target creature. And those feel about right. You know, they feel they feel not completely unreasonable. I would rather go with the first one though, because it's like 2 white and then white and tap enchanted land. So basically tapping 2 lands in general to tap target creature. I mean, something like that I think I would rather play in most formats. Yeah, I've never been a fan of Debtor's Pulpit. I do not see a useful way to play this card. There's I don't know. I was going to say there's potentially one exception, but even the exception that I was thinking of wouldn't work. If you were going for like a mono white enchantment strategy, but the thing is, if you're going in an enchantment strategy, adding blue or adding green would make things a lot easier in multiple ways. Especially if you're looking at enchantments, you really want, like, adding green allows you all your enchantress cards. You get some in white, but you get so much more available going to white green. That being said, just because you can do a thing doesn't mean you should do a thing. Or maybe more appropriately, doesn't mean you need to do a thing. If you were to do a mono white version of this, I could see like if you were to go like mono white enchantments and you wanted a card of this kind of effect, I could see an argument for it. But I would still want a card along the lines of a card along the lines of opposition. Oppositions, opposition lets you basically tap your creatures to basically tap an artifact, creature, or land. I tap this, you're tapping that. Although sometimes you can end up tapping your own stuff that way too. If you're looking for something along the lines of an opposition, you might be looking at a Debtor's Pulpit. There's probably better options though. Zeruchi Tiger. Again, Zeruchi Tiger was one of those, like, even in limited, I didn't think it was great because 4 mana for 2/3, 2 tap, gain 2 life. I felt like 2 tap, gain 2 life. That was a high enough cost that you shouldn't be having to pay extra for the creature. You know what I mean? It's like, I'll give you. I mean, it's really strong, but take a look at Archivist. It's a 4 mana creature, but it's got a really simple ability. Tap, draw a card. You're only getting a 1/1 creature, but the ability is tap, draw a card. Okay? compare this to, yeah, you know what? You're fine. League Guildmage. Blue plus red for a 2/2, which is a little on the expensive side, but considering blue and red at that point really didn't get 2 mana 2/2 without a drawback, without being higher rarity, that's fine. You know, I think that you probably should have got like a 2/3, but that's but that's probably fine. But for a body that's about the right size, or close to, you're paying blue plus 3, tap, draw a card. So you're paying a lot more for the ability compared to, you know, to compensate for that you've got a reasonable sized body. Niv Mizzet, the Firemind. 6 mana, 2 red, 2 blue, plus 2. You get a 4/4 flyer. Whenever you draw a card, deals 1 damage to a target, tap, draw a card. You're paying 4 colored mana. Hey, Roar. On a 6 mana creature and getting a 4/4 flyer, which is okay with a decent trigger, but you've got a cheap card draw ability. So if you're paying more for the creature, you should be able to get a discount on the cost for the ability. And if you're getting a reasonable sized body for, if you're getting a reasonable sized body for that cost, you should expect to pay a bit more for the ability. Paying 2 mana and tapping to gain 2 life, I felt like was enough to basically go, okay, I'm paying full cost for the ability. Why am I paying so much more for the body? No, I'm actually just using him as a comparison towards something like Zurichi Tiger. Niv, you're paying more up front for a cheap card draw versus something like, what was the other card I saw? I can't remember what it's called. Versus the League Guildmage, where you're paying a much more appropriate cost for the body, but having to pay a lot more to draw an extra card. Yeah, and I'm damn it. And I'm completely ignoring combo shenanigans. I'm just saying the card itself. On its own, nothing else. I'm ignoring combo shenanigans. Even Endbringer. 6 mana for 5/5 that untaps on each player's turn. It's, it's probably about the right cost for the size it is. But then you're still having to pay 2 colorless mana specifically and tap it to draw a card. It's not just tap, draw a card. You actually have to put some, more effort in. And again, it has to be specifically colorless mana. You cannot use colored mana anywhere on this card except for, the 5 when you cast it initially. So, I don't know. Zurichi Tiger, I always felt that cost too much. It should, if it was 1 mana less to cast, I would have been pretty happy with it. I I am not I do not see a useful place for this card. The silly thing is, it's 13 cents, which means it costs more than 6 times as much as the Nav Squad Commandos, which I think is a much better card. Daring Skyjack. 2 mana for a 3/1. Battalion trigger. It gains flying till end of turn. I know I considered this card for my Boros aggro deck. I don't remember for sure if I put you in. No, wrong one. Where's Boros? Boros is down here. I know I certainly considered it. No, I did not. Because what I wanted for my Boros aggro deck was basically how much damage can I deal, how fast. I want my creatures to be... So my ideal creature for that deck had to have power and toughness A, at least equal to its mana value. B, at least one of them had to be greater. So power greater than and toughness equal, or power equal and toughness greater, or power and toughness both greater. At 2 mana, I did make some exceptions for 3/1s depending on what they were. Because there weren't enough 2/3s, 3/2s, 4/4s, 4/3s at 2 mana that I was comfortable playing. So I did make some exceptions for some 3/1s. And as a 3/1, this was actually on my radar. And again, I said before and I'll say it again. People consistently overlook flying. This could be a card that does end up making it into that deck because it's got flying. All I have to do is attack with this and 2 other creatures. And this is often going to be 3 unblockable damage because, again, people, myself included, overlook flying. I am going to keep hammering that point home until people start putting more flyers in their decks. Again, myself included. If all you do is have a Chroma's Memorial and enough ways to, enough opportunity to be able to pull it out somehow. If you can draw lots of cards, for example. And, cool, I got to it. Thunk. Cool. Hey man, could you help me with something? Because I was trying to make a Thing in the Ice deck for Modern. Okay. Thing in the Ice for Modern, you are looking at... Decks based around the Thing in the Ice in Modern historically have been Izzet. Something kind of like an Izzet Prowess deck. Because Thing in the Ice will basically trigger at the same time. Because most cards that people play that would trigger Prowess, realistically, are going to be instants and sorceries. Yes, you can trigger it off of enchantments or artifacts or whatever, but realistically, most of the time, especially when you're looking at a format like Modern, it's going to be instants and sorceries. Your removal, your counter spells, your cantrips, etc. So no like spell slinger, no like no spell slinger like quit. Like, oh, you just want to take the counters off. um. Removing all removing all ice counters from Thing of the Ice some other way will not cause it to transform. You'll need to cast an instant or sorcery spell and cause its last ability to trigger. So, in theory, you could play Solemnity, drop Thing in the Ice, cast a card like Opt, try and remove the last ice counter, which you can't. Then, if it has no ice counters, transform it and suddenly get your 7/8. There's also cards that don't mind eating counters. One I know that consistently comes to mind for me is Soul Diviner. 2 mana for a 2/3. It's a decent sized body for what it is. Tap and remove a counter from basically a permanent you control. Draw a card. You have options for removing counters. Keep in mind that this, when you cast ability, will trigger before the instant or sorcery itself resolves. So there are, I don't remember seeing anything, but you might want to, you could always throw a question in the Discord chat. Hopefully somebody will have a chance to take a look at it. I may not be able to do anything about it this week. Because I have a I have a very busy week this week. And actually based on what I'm seeing from, like, I got a text message from my boss at my local game store. I may not I know the week that we're currently on, the only day I have off at all is tomorrow because it's a statutory holiday. I'm working every other day this week. And then for the next couple months, I might not actually be. I'm potentially looking at similar hours. So, I'm not saying I can't help, but I may have less time to be able to help. So, if you post about it in the Discord, this gives more opportunity for other people, not just myself, but other people as well, to be able to take a look. Or if I can't help right now, but I wake up at, let's say, 5 o'clock in the morning, I can be like, oh, actually, hold on a sec here. I just had an idea. Tap, 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 tap. So I'm not saying I don't want to. I'm saying I may not have any. I'm likely to not have as much time over the next while as I normally do. But if I can, I'll. Plus, I want to make this because I got 2 alternate thing in the ice. Nice. What's the alternate? Oh, is this the one you got? Is it this one? That looks crazy. That looks amazing. Whoops. Yeah, I don't blame you. That is a cool version. And I don't blame you for wanting to play it. Alright. Where am I? Night Watch. I am slightly tempted to take another look at my mono white common stack and throw Night Watch in, because getting two 2/2s with Vigilance for 5 mana is not bad. Where's my... There you are. Boop. Visual spoiler. Sort by... I really... maybe I will actually finally break down and build a... Oh... Gallant Cavalry already gives me a 2/2 with Vigilance. Call the Cavalry is... Power Crept. Call the Cavalry is the exact same for... Create 2/2 White Knight creature tokens with Vigilance. Create 2/2 White Knight creature tokens with Vigilance. This is literally the exact same card for 1 less mana. For the same cost as Call the Cavalry, you get a 2/2 Vigilance that enters with another 2/2 with Vigilance. Valorous Steed, you get a 3/3 Vigilance that brings along a 2/2. Yeah. Okay, yeah. If Vigilance was a bigger thing, I think I might run Night Watch. This is not quite strong enough. Because, basically, This would have been good years ago, but shoot. Since at least Dominaria, yeah, here later. Since at least Dominaria, it's been power crept. I already have 3 cards that do the same, that do that. That being said, if I'm looking at just making tokens and make more tokens, Nightwatch is still fine. It's just not as good as other options. Aerial Maneuver. I think this is one of those cards that we've talked about before. Huh. No immediate comparison to it. Apart from Daring Leap, which is the same thing, but also costs an extra blue mana. Yeah. It's I mean it's not bad. It's fine to put on something like Isochron Scepter, but realistically, if I'm looking at putting a card on Isochron Scepter of this nature, it has to cost less than 3. Flying and First Strike is really good. Mana value less than 3. Oh. Flying. Oh. First Strike. Actually, no. Oh. Strike. What options we got? Whoops. And type instant. When you cast this, you may cast the copy. You may cast the copy. If you're casting the copy, because you may copy the exile card. If you do, you may cast the copy without paying its mana cost. You can still pay additional costs. So Leap of Flame is almost as good, only giving +1/+0 instead of +1/+1. But it has Replicate, which would make it better. Flourishing Strike doesn't do what we're looking for. Enter the Avatar state. Doesn't give any size boost, but gives Flying, First Strike, Lifelink, and Hexproof. The +1/+1 really, like the +1 point of toughness is really relevant when you are looking at, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh wow. You know what? I gotta turn the thing back off on this. Where are you? That's gonna distract me more. The +1 toughness is really only relevant, in my opinion, in general, when you're looking at targeting stuff. Or I shouldn't say targeting stuff, but like damage stuff. Hexproof will deal with a lot of that. Because your The flying and the first strike is going to take care of so much in and of itself. The +1 power combined with a first strike is going to make a bigger deal. If I'm playing white and I'm not in blue, or I'm not touching blue red at all. If I'm looking for something going Icecrown Scepter, I think I'm running both. However, what I'm more likely going to want is something that will draw a card. Sort by color. Probably not the Dual Sun. Guided Strike, +1/+0 in first strike till end of turn, draw a card. Lightning Blow, probably not, just because it's a little slow. Leap on Icecrown Scepter is actually surprisingly good. This has to be X equals 0. Maybe, depending on the kind of deck you've got. Yeah. I think if I'm building, I think if I want something along that line at all, Guided Strike is the go-to. Lightning Blow might actually be second place. If I've got a healthy number of +1 counters on it, then Dual Sun Technique actually goes up in value. But yeah. Interesting. I think Aerial Maneuver just might be the best at what it does. Oh no, I did that search already, didn't I? Yeah, I did that search already. There's so little that actually does this. This is probably the best option for that ability. Herbalist Protector. You know where you want Herbalist Protector? Actually, there's two hilarious places to put Herbalist Protector. One, a deck that flickers. That doesn't surprise anyone. Two is a deck like Lesha who smiles at death. She is Mardu. She is red to cast. You get a 3 mana 3/2 first strike, which is not bad. When she attacks, you can pay 2 Orzhov mana. So either of the 2 mana can be white or black. So you can pay double white, double black, or white plus black. If you do, return target creature card with power 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped and attacking. Well, you bring back Herbalist Protector, which is a 6 mana 1/1. Tapped and attacking. Okay, I'll block your 1/1. Cool, thank you. Because when the Herbis Protector enters, you get a 4/4 Flying Angel. I built a standard deck around Alasha years ago, and it was hilarious. It was amazing. It wasn't great. I didn't, I wasn't winning. Every, I wasn't pwning noobs, but I had so much fun playing it. So much fun with it. And I was bringing back, because it was standard, I didn't have to worry about the color identity restriction. But I had Priest of the Bloodright, who was, I think, 1/1 for 5 mana. That came into play with a 5/5 demon, and it's like, hey, by the way, at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 2 life. But that's on the Priest, not on the demon. So you sack the Priest, or it dies in combat, or whatever, and you don't have an upkeep cost. And so for 2 mana, you got a 5/5 body, no big deal. It was a 5/5 flyer at that. Or Hornet Queen, which is like 7 mana in, like, it was like, I think, quad green, no, 3 green plus 4. And you get a 2/2 Flying Death Touch. And when it comes into play, you get 4 more 1/1 Flying Death Touchers. So you reanimate the Hornet Queen, which has only got 2 power natively. And you get like 4 points of Flying Death Touch bodies to work with. And it's 4 separate bodies. So whatever size creatures your opponents are dealing with, if they don't have trample, you just go, I block this one, I block this one, I block this one, I block this one. They all die. What? They all die. If you go to build a deck that's like a Mardu Reanimator style deck at all, and you plan on running Alesha, maybe as your general, maybe in the 99, whatever, something of this nature at all, you are going to want Herbis Protector in this deck because it's a 1, specifically because it's a 1/1, which means Alesha can get it back. And then Alesha's, you pay 2 mana, you get back a 1/1, tapped and attacking. Oh, by the way, I got a 4/4 Flying Angel on defense. What? Yeah. Shield Passage. 1 white, instant. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to target creature this turn. Target creature takes no damage this turn. What? Target creature takes no damage this turn. I mean, I think the best way I want to see people using a card like this feels like one of those cards that you want to put into like a Turbo Fog deck more as a protection spell than anything. And what I really see from Shielded Passage is like, oh, yeah, somebody casts, I don't know, what do you call it? Starve Extinction. Destroy target land, and it deals 20 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. And you take a look and go, by the way, that's not dying this turn. Wait, what? That's not dying this turn. What do you mean? I'm preventing all damage from being dealt to it. It takes 0. Oh, hilariously, it also screws up certain things. Uh, is that the card I'm looking at? No, not. Oh, I know what I'm thinking. Phyrexian Vindicator. If damage should be dealt to this creature, prevent that damage. When damage is prevented this way, this deals that much damage to any other target. So somebody goes Star of Extinction, cool. Everything takes 20. You take a look and you go, hey, by the way, Shielded Passage, that 20 damage is going to get prevented to the Vindicator. Yeah, it's got built-in protection. No. I'm preventing the 20 damage from trying to happen to the Vindicator in the first place, so its own protection doesn't get a chance to kick in. Wait, what? Oh, actually, if multiple replacement and prevention effects try and modify damage to be dealt to a creature, I'm just going to double check that real quick and make sure that works the way I think it does. uh... I'm going to double check on that. I will let you know as soon as I've got an answer. Shielded Passage. Okay. Can I use... Alright. Night of Obligation. 4 mana for 2/4 Vigilance, which feels about right-ish for that point. Basically 2/4 again. Keep in mind that 2/4 averages to a 3/3. So that feels about right. Not anything super powerful. But, it's about fair. With Extort. The Vindicator's true. Boo. Okay, just got the word back already. Yeah, so, Phyrexian Vindicator versus Shielded Passage. The person who controls the Vindicator chooses which applies. So, they can ignore the passage completely. I'm like, oh. And this is why, if I'm not completely sure, I always find somewhere and go, hey, by the way, what's the actual answer? MTG rules chat. Go here. I will ask a magic judge. magicjudges.org. You click on this. The service may be unavailable due to an upstream outage. No. Alright. Oh, there we go. And you will see this list of people here. You know you're in the right place if you see Vasatog here. Karsten, Mekis, Monoke, Nazfluka, Nate Dogg especially, and Rob, Villa, and Yagatalk. Those are people I know. Oh, yeah, and I guess I can mention VPS IRC and Mekis. Those are people I know that, like, these are people that I know know the rules well. Nate Dogg specifically, you see them in here, and if they've got the opportunity to answer your question, you can assume the answer is correct. They have been doing rules stuff for a very long time. In fact, if you go to Blue Sky, he's even got a basically a rules question of the day thing going on Blue Sky. And question gets he'll post a question, which will confuse. Some people may not be completely sure of the answer, and I'd be like, here's the answer, here's why, and by the way, if this changes, this way, this ends up being the result instead. A lot of these people are really good at the rules, and as a general rule of thumb, if they're not sure about the answer, they're not going to tell you the wrong answer. They'll say, I think this, let me look it up. Or they will, I think this, let me get let's wait for somebody else who's got a more appropriate, a more definite answer, etc., etc., etc. But yeah. MTG rules chat. This first link right here. And they will get you what you need to know. But yeah, as I was saying, Night of Obligation. So yeah, this is an okay card, but then it's got Extort on top of it. And Extort, from the commander perspective, confused people. And the reason it confused people was this was the first time that we saw a colored mana symbol in the rules text of a card. Or sorry, in the, let me rephrase that, in the text box of a card. but that wasn't like it wasn't part of the like it's like if you look up to see what extort does, the rules for extort will basically say this. All right. Actually, let's pull it up now. MTG Wiki. Extort. Extort is a triggered ability. Extort means whenever you cast a spell, you may pay. This being the a text way of showing the hybrid white and black mana symbol. So this symbol here that you see where it says the Gatecrash FAQ. If you do, each opponent loses 1 life. You gain life equal to the total life loss this way. So what happens is that people were thinking about the rules text of the card. And the rules text, which is the expression that we commonly hear, is this. The text that it's basically the current modern text of the, like what's in the actual text box. And the definition for extort uses a black-white mana symbol. So the assumption was, because of that, anything that had extort automatically had a black-white color identity, at least. And the answer came back from the rules committee that what you're seeing, that black-white mana symbol, that was in the definition for the ability, that was in the reminder text, but it wasn't part of the rules text or the oracle text of the card itself. So therefore, you can play Knight of Obligation in a mono white deck. You cannot play it in, you can play it also in a black white deck or black white plus, but you can play it on Orzhov, you can play it in Azorius, you can play it in white, blue, red, green. A deck that's every color but black, no problem. You don't need black to be able in your deck to be able to play this card. You can. It's not a requirement. That being said, extort, you have enough stuff with extort. Oh my. Sort by color. 4 white cards. 6 black cards. 4, 5, 6, 7. Ignore this one because this isn't real. And 7 Orzhov cards. So you are looking at 17 cards that have extort. You put all 17 together in one deck, and it's not unreasonable that because this triggers whenever you cast the spell. Doesn't matter what the spell is. I cast Dark Ritual. Oh, by the way, I'm going to pay, I've got like 3 extra mana. I'll spend 3 extra white mana. Drain each opponent for 3 life. gain 9 because you lose 3, you lose 3, you lose 3. 1 off of each extort trigger. Gain 9 life. Oh, by the way, now my Dark Ritual can resolve. Yeah, it's kind of silly. Yeah, Night of Obligation. It doesn't seem like it's an okay card, and that but then you throw Extort on it, and you throw enough stuff of that nature at all, and you could just get you can gain so much life just from casting spells. It's you don't like or Grey Merchant of Asphodel in a similar deck, and you'll just you know drain the table, drain the table, drain the table. Play Orzhov and just continually drain the table. It's I think it's a lot better than most people are going to give it credit for. Boros Elite. 1 white for 1/1. Battalion. If Battalion kicks in, she's attacking as though she's a 3/3. Yeah. If my Boros aggro deck started with turn 1, which it doesn't. Because I generally felt 1 isn't enough. You're not gonna there's not enough. No, that may change now, but the way I currently have it designed, I start my curve on 2 because a 3 power creature for 2 mana or 4 power creature for 2 mana, of which there's a few, is worth a lot more than a 2 power creature for 1. But if I started on 1, it's not unreasonable this would be in it. So you're building a aggro deck with white in it. This is a card you're going to at least want to be looking at because this is regularly a 1 mana creature that swings for 3. Angelic Edict. It feels like it's costed right, but I still always feel like it costs too much to cast. Realistically speaking, 4 mana sorcery is about right-ish in general. Actually, what was Unmake? No, Unmake was an instant. Sorry, 4 mana instant was about right for 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4 mana instant is about right, which would be a 3 mana sorcery for exile target creature. So for 2 extra mana, you're hitting the additional option of also hitting an enchantment. That will take out a lot of things. But that's a lot of mana to spend on something that will hit 2 types. That being said, enchantments are one of the most, I'm going to say protected. It's not the right word, but it's one of the card types that is hardest to actually hit in Commander. Creatures are easy. Planeswalkers, I mean, you can just attack them. Artifacts get blown up for because everyone plays artifacts. Enchantments, just like when it comes to flying, when it comes to creatures flying, Enchantments tend to get overlooked a lot, even though people regularly play enchantments in their decks. You should have some way to blow up enchantments. This always felt like too much for what it does. There are cards I would much rather play over this. Whoops. This is one card I constantly refer to. Same mana value. They both cost 5. This doesn't care about color. Exile target non-land permanent. So, anything that's not a land. So, Angelic Edict will hit enchantment creatures, or not enchantment creatures. It'll hit, it won't easily hit land creatures in the first place because it's a sorcery. And enchantment lands, there's only 2 at this point, so don't even worry about that one. Exile target non-land permanent, its controller draws a card. Much better in that slot than Angelic Edict. Much more flexible. If you want to make sure your opponent doesn't get something back, there's Angelic Purge. 2 less mana, additional cost sack a permanent. Sacrificing a permanent, that can be anything. That can be a clue token. That can be a random treasure token you've got floating around. That can be an extra land. That can be a creature that you want to go to the graveyard anyway. You can sacrifice your commander and just recast it the following turn or whatever. Exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment. Creature or enchantment, you also get the ability of hitting an artifact. 2 less mana, sacrificing anything, and you also get to hit artifacts. Sacrificing a card of, like, sacrificing a creature, as an example, a card that hits, sacrificing something that meets a specific category, often ends up being worth about 2 mana. Sacrificing any permanent probably cuts it back down to 1, which suggests to me that maybe this should be 4 mana. Which tells me how expensive this is. No, just there's better cards to play. Even at the same rarity, there are better cards to play. Play Angelic Purge instead. Or Introduction to Annihilation, or a host of other cards. Guild Scorn Ward. 1 white. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature has protection from multicolored. What does that mean? So, protection does 4 specific things. If it's not one of these 4, it doesn't help. And the easiest way to think of it is the acronym DEBT. Okay? D, it can't take damage from something of that quality. E, can't be enchanted or equipped by something of that quality. B, it can't be blocked by something of that quality. T, it can't be targeted by something of that quality. So in other words, if it's got protection from multicolored, it cannot take damage from a multicolored source. Any source that tries to deal damage to it just doesn't affect it. It can be it can be an instant or sorcery. It could be a planeswalker ability. If you know, if you had like, oh, what's that card called? It's in standard. Um, O-tag, mass removal, ID equal UR, format type 2. Ill-timed explosion. Draw 2, then you may discard 2 cards. When you do, deals ill-timed explosion deals X damage to each creature, where X is the greatest mana value among cards discarded this way. So you discard a card that costs, say, 5 mana. Ill-timed explosion is dealing the damage. Ill-timed explosion is a multicolored card, because it costs more than 1 color to cast it. Guild score and award. The creature it's on will take a look and go, that's nice. So, cannot take damage from it. Cannot be enchanted or equipped by anything that's multicolored. So, is it Pillory I'm thinking of? Yeah, Pillory the Sleepless, which is basically a pacifism that drains the controller of the creature. You cannot throw this on a creature that's got protection from multicolored because it's black-white, so it costs more than 1 color to cast. Can't do it. If it already has a multicolored enchantment on it and it casts Guildscorn Ward, the Pillory or whatever it is will fall off because it's no longer enchanting something it can legally enchant. B. Blocking. You attack with this. Anything that's multicolored, often including people's commanders, can't block this. T. Target. Anything that uses the word target, either in the card, you know, in the actual ability, or in the definition for an ability, can't target it. Auras target when you cast them. So not only can it not have a multicolor enchantment attached to it, you can't even choose it as one of the options to, you know, to put the enchantment on in the first place, because an aura targets when you cast it, and if the aura is multicolored, Guildscorn Ward takes a look and goes, yeah, can't choose me. Go somewhere else. We're not talking something like Ward, where it's like, you know, you go, hey, target this, and then it looks up and goes, no. It's more like Hexproof, where you can't even choose, you can't even use that as a valid choice in the first place. A lot of people play with multicolored cards in Commander. Some of the best cards in certain categories are multicolored. For example, some of the best spot removal is specifically black-green. Like Assassin's Trophy. There's Assassin's Trophy, and the other one I always get mixed up with, Abrupt Decay and Maelstrom Pulse. Like, those 3 are some of the best removal spells in the game. But they're multicolored and they target. You know, Unmake, a hybrid card, is multicolored. Can't target it. Can't be blocked by Aurelia the War Leader. etc., etc., etc. I would not be adverse to somebody throwing this in their deck as some kind of protection spell. Blue cards. Oh man, I gotta go through this fast. It's already 9:35. I've got like 2.5 hours. Alright, Leyline Phantom. 5 mana for 5/5. Whenever this deals combat damage, return to its owner's hand. So, attacking, blocking. If this gets in combat with anything, it's going back to hand. The funny thing is, let's say you have something along the lines of pacifism affecting it. You're almost thankful at that point because you're not getting it bounced back. However, first, you get things like fight spells. Fight, bite, whatever. It's still a 5/5 creature. Second, there's going to be deck styles that want to be able to recast the same kind of cards over and over again. If you swing with this, deal 5, after combat, goes back to your hand, then you recast it. I mean, you kind of have found a way to give it vigilance. Not really, but sort of. So if you have a deck that wants to be able to cast cards over and over again, like, you don't, a card like Pandemonium, for example. Well, every time you recast this, you get to deal another 5 damage. Same with Where Ancients Treads and Where Ancients Tread and other similar effects. So being able to recast the same creature over and over again is not necessarily a drawback. You've also got your various Soul Sister shenanigans and cards of a similar nature. You've also got stuff that say, hey, by the way, creature comes like there's all sorts of whenever a creature enters, do a thing. So this is more reasonable than it first appears, but you have to build, like, this is one of those cards where there's cards that you build around, and there's cards that, like, I'm building a deck that does this. I'm building a deck that does X, and so therefore card Y would fit really well. This more fits that second category. Incursion Specialist. 2 mana for 1/3. Whenever he casts a second spell each turn, this gets +2/+2, +2/+0 and can't be blocked this turn. So, 2 mana, cast your second spell, and it becomes a 3/3 unblockable that turn. Like your second spell in a given turn, and now it's a 3/3 unblockable. It's only ever going to get to a 3/3. Because you cannot cast your second spell more than once in a single turn, because the second time you cast it, that's now going to be your third spell or your fourth spell or whatever. So it's not every 2 spells. It's I have cast my second spell for the turn. That's where it stops. It is not hard to cast 2 spells in a single turn if you've got your deck built around it. The 2 big things that I would recommend for a deck that wants to do that is a healthy amount of card draw. The more cards that you play that can draw more cards. And when I say draw more cards, I'm saying something that does more than just draw 2. And keep in mind, what you're looking for is cards that will fill your hand. So, don't count Brainstorm, because even though it says draw 3, it's not, like, it's only a draw 3 in the literal sense, but not in the effective sense. Brainstorm, draw 3 cards, then put 2 cards from your hand back on top of your library. So, I spend a card. I'm now down 1. I draw a 3. Well, now I'm plus 2. Right? Minus 1, the card that I spent. But I drew 3. So 3 minus 1 is, I'm now plus 2. But now I take 2 cards from my hand and put them back on top of my deck. Means I have the same number of cards that I started with. It's a really good card in a lot of formats and a lot of deck types. But it does not get you ahead in cards. What you want for something like that is more like concentrate. 2 blue, 2 other, draw 3 cards. Or if you can get enough permanents in play, relatively easy. Secrets of the Golden City. 2 blue plus 1, sorcery. Draw 2 cards. If you have the city's blessing, which means you've got 10 or more permanents in play, draw 3 cards instead. Really easy to turn that on. Just wait some amount of time, and you'll just turn it on natively. So the more cards that you play that can get you ahead in cards, and more than just plus 1, the better card like Incursion Specialist will be, because the more cards that, like, you'll now be able to play land and cast 2 spells in a single turn relatively easily. And speaking of which, as I was saying before, there's 2 things that you want. One, being able to draw extra cards. And 2, and by the way, clue tokens also help a lot with that sort of thing. And 2 is cards that don't cost a lot of mana to cast. So while you may not want Brainstorm for getting ahead in cards, what you are going to want for is the fact that it's a inexpensive card to either be your, to be either your first or second spell in a single turn. So this is the sort of card where you want to be able to fill your hand pretty easily. You want to be able to keep it full fairly easily. And you want a bunch of inexpensive cards. So some kind of Spellslinger style deck might fit this. Which Spellslingers, normally you're looking at something that's in Izzet. Not necessarily, it doesn't have to be Izzet, but that kind of strategy is something that's based on how many, on the spells that you cast. is probably where you're going to want a card like Incursion Specialist. Mind Eye Drake. 5 mana for a 2/5 when, flyer. When it dies, target player mills 5 cards. Eh. I'd rather have it be like an enters ability or something. The problem is milling 5 in a format like Commander where you start off with 100 cards. Milling 5 is kind of like, what, a 20th of your starting deck. So that's like, when this dies, deal 1 damage to target opponent. You're looking at basically a 3/4 flyer. When it dies, ping somebody for a point. And in Commander, you're like, ping somebody for half a point. Okay. This makes a lot more sense in like a 4 of 20 card format. Or sorry, a 4 of 20 life 60 card format. Where you can have 4 copies of these. And then somebody goes, whatchamacallit, Wrath of God. And then you go, cool. Mill a third of your deck, please. Yeah, no, because I was also thinking throwing this in like a toughness matters deck, but 5 toughness for on a flyer. Let's see here. IDU, keyword flying, defender, toughness greater than 4, mana value less than 5. Game paper, rarity less than rare. Because why not? Oh! Okay. So Silent Observer, you get a 1/5, which is much more what you're going to want for something like that. Dancing Scimitar, it's the exact same card as an artifact. This one's blue, this is artifact. If we rule out the rarities, toughness, descending. You don't want Eater of Days in a deck like that. Well, maybe you do. No, because those guys are already big enough. So's that. Dormant Gamazoa, no. A lot of these cards are already going to be big enough that it's like the Vision, maybe. Ooh, Warring Triad. That's cool. That's a big Milliken. That's a 5/5. Huh. I think I want a copy of that if I can pin one down. But that's another story. Yeah. Mind Eye Drake. I don't know. Depending on what color schemes you're playing, that might be a card that interests you. Just due to the fact that it's a high toughness. High toughness but low power, because a lot of the stuff that's high toughness has got a, an appropriate sized power. So, like, Tekethel is a 3/5, which is not unreasonable. God Eternal Kefnet's a 4/5. King is a 4/5. Kefnet the Mindful is a 5/5. Eon Frolicker is a 5/5. you know, even Scab Ruinator, if you can pull that off, is a 5/6 flyer. Abhorrent Oculus is a 5/5 flyer, etc., etc. So you've got some decent sized flyers. Actually, you know what? Toughness greater than. Let's go toughness greater than 3. Mana value less than 4. And. Yeah. If we bring this down to 4 toughness flying, that's a 3 drop. Actually, no. Sort by mana value. Goshen Tai, you get a 0/4 for 2 with flying. Poopo UFO, you get a 0/4 flyer. 1/5 or 1/4 flyer. Yeah, it's not unreasonable to get a 4 toughness flyer for like 2 or 3 mana. So, yeah, I think I would end up passing on the Drake. Metropolis Bright, 2 mana for 2 mana. You're basically getting a Stormcrow, but you can pay a blue to give it +1/-1 till end of turn. The only real reason to play a card like this is if you've got synergies for blue creatures, fairies, or rogues that will increase their toughness. Because if you've got that going on, if you've got any sort of lord ability that will increase its toughness, or, you know, the fact that it's a flying creature. There we go. Favorable Winds comes to mind. 2 mana, creatures you control flying get +1/+1. You know, now this is a 2/3 base, which means you can activate this twice and get in for 4 potentially. You know, because every +1/+1 suddenly means another, you know, another activation of this that you can do before it dies. You got 1 to start off with. But that also means every +1/+1 that it gets from elsewhere, you're looking at the potential for an extra 2 points of power, because 1 from the power boost of the whatever's giving it a boost, like Favorable Winds or Sunken City or what have you, and 1 from an extra activation. So it's got the potential for dealing an extra 2 points of power. So throw this in a deck that's got enough of those kind of synergies, and you can surprisingly deal a lot of damage. And it's a cheap creature to begin with. And why do you look like you're watching TV? Oh no, that's just out the window. Sky Games. 2 mana. Enchanted Land has tap. Target creature gains flying till end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. So basically, you can only do this offensively. Well, I shouldn't say necessarily offensively. You're generally going to want to do this for like. By the way, I'm going to attack with this. By the way, it's got flying. There's going to be the occasional time you want it for other reasons. If you've got a card in your hand that says destroy target creature with flying, as an example, or something of that nature, Sky Games ends up being more useful at that point. Basically, if you've got something that's good specifically against flying creatures. Because, note, it doesn't say target creature you control, it just says target creature. Also, hilariously, you know, illusions have a tendency of saying, hey, by the way, if you target me, I get blowed up. So Sky Games will help there. Although illusions is not really popular. it's it's a bit more of a meme than popular, I would say. Um, but yeah, Sky Games. The number one reason to run a card like this is you want a enchantment. More specifically, you want a low mana cost aura, so you can pump one of your creatures. But at that point, why not give a specific creature flying to begin with? Unless you want to be able to bounce that ability around to different creatures. Because a card like Arcane Flight would be more useful. 1 mana, enchanted creature gets +1/+1, has flying. Or Curious Obsession. Actually, no. Curious Obsession doesn't help here because you want a flying creature to begin with. Oops. Boop. ID equal blue. Is Rousing Reef the one I'm thinking of? Maybe. When it enters, draw 2, then discard a card. Enchanted creature has +1/+1 and gets +1/+1, has flying. This is not bad. No, Cartouche of Knowledge. That's the one I think I was thinking of. When it enters, draw a card. +1/+1, has flying. There are... Wow. Oh, Future Flight's kind of silly. Oh, +2/+0. Lofty Dreams just came out in Lorwyn Eclipsed. 5 mana, but it's got Convoke, and you can tap blue creatures to help cast it. And the blue creatures can tilt towards the 2 blue mana symbols. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and has flying, and when it enters, draw a card. Take flight. +1/+0 flying, and whenever this attacks, draw a card. 4 mana, yeah. And this is why I keep saying assume, because you don't know how many times it's going to be able to attack. Go on the assumption of 2. Well, drawing 2 cards and getting, and being able to hit for 2 extra points of damage is probably about right-ish for 4 mana. But yeah, Sky Games, again, unless you really want to bounce around between other cards or between other creatures, I probably wouldn't. Honestly, out of these, I'm seeing 1, 2, 3 of the first, 3 out of the first 4. Mind-Eye Drake, I'm kind of meh, so you might have to, but I'm more interested in those than Sky Games. Agoraphobia, not really. Again, a card like this, I really want to see cards that, I'll say what I'm going to say first, and then I'll say what I just noticed. In general, for a card like this, I'd rather something that says, hey, all creatures or creatures your target opponent controls or creatures your opponents control get minus some, -2, -0, or whatever till end of turn. That, in general, is more useful. This does, however, have the ability that you can pay 3 to return it back to the owner's hand. Basically bounce it back to your hand. Again, allowing you to recast it. See what I suggested about the Leyline Phantom. B, it's also a cheap card it only costs 2 mana. So uh, being able to cast this in something else in a single turn is not unreasonable. See your incursion specialist. Also giving -5 power is kind of a lot. Like if you look at a dragon, dragons often are around the 5/5 size. So suddenly turning this giant FU dragon into a 0/5 is actually kind of nice. So it's blue historically hasn't had much solid removal, although it's gotten quote unquote better over the years. Um, it's fine, and I have to AFK. I will be right back. Uh, all right. Alright. Where did I leave off? Right. Keymaster Rogue. Or, as some like to call it, Keymaster Rouge. What? Oh. Actually, is Zero still in here or no? No, Zero disappeared. So, 4 mana for 3/2 that can't be blocked. When it enters, return a creature you control to owner's hand. So, 4 mana for 3/2 unblockable. Keep in mind the assumption is at this point, and I think it's still relatively balanced at this point. Phantom Warrior, 2 blue +1 for a 2/2 unblockable. Okay. So, for a comparable cost, again, take one of those 2 blue mana symbols, convert it over to 2 colorless. You're essentially looking at the same cost. You get an extra point of power, but when it enters, return a creature you control on his hand. Well, first of all, you can bounce itself. Okay. And sometimes that is what you need to do. You can bounce a creature token. You can bounce a creature that's got a come into play ability or leave play ability. If you've got Ley Line of Singularity, not Singularity, Ley Line of Anticipation or a similar effect out to give all your stuff flash. Whatchamacallit, cast a Mull Drifter, draw 2 cards with its evoke ability on the stack, bounce it back to your hand with Keymaster Rogue, and then recast it again later, draw 2 more cards, and probably at that point actually keep the creature around. That's probably a bad example, but you get the idea. You can bounce stuff that's got useful come into play, or leaves play abilities. Whatchamacallit? Clockwork Fox. What's the other one I like? Clockwork Fox and... Oh, I can see it. I can see it and I can't remember it. Power equal to toughness equal to O gain. Actually, Onulet, you. Scryfall Tagger. Nope. That's sad. Okay, fine. Mana value equals 3. ID equals C. Power equal to toughness equal to O draw O gain. Circuit Mender. No, Filigree Familiar. That's the one I'm thinking of. 3 to cast, you get a 2/2 when it enters, gain 2 life. When it dies, draw a card. Circuit Mender, almost identical, except it's a leave the battlefield ability instead of a dies trigger. It's identical except for the fact that it's a leave play. Oh, it's a 2/3. Filigree Familiar is the card I keep thinking of, though. But yeah, something like that. Or again, the better option would be the Circuit Mender. Because it's a leave play trigger, etc., etc. And then you could get so much card draw out of doing stuff like that. Um, Again, creatures entering, you can have, you can bounce itself and have your enter triggers kick in and additional times, etc. So you have options on what to do with it. Plus, again, it's a 3 power unblockable creature for 4 mana. That's pretty good. Um, Again, there are homes for you. Simic Flux Mage. Simic Flux Mage I find entertaining. It's a 3 mana 1/2, which sounds pretty weak, but it's got Evolve, which means whenever one of your creatures enters, if it has higher power than this, or higher toughness than this gets a +1 counter on. Which means the first creature that you cast that meets that. So if you cast a 2/2, well, it has higher power. Or if you cast a 1/3, it has higher toughness. This gets a +1/+1 counter. And then you can pay 2 and tap it to take one of those counters and move it elsewhere. And oh my dog, I'm going to want this card for... I'm going to want... Where's my list of toys? Tell me you've come in. No. Junk. Still hasn't come through yet. Weird. Sorry. Clicked on the wrong thing. What am I looking for? Simic Flux Mage. Gatecrash. So, this is an unusual card for blue because blue is not known for gaining counters. And so, the fact that this has Evolve, this could end up being not unreasonably at some point a 4/5. And then you can take, you can pay mana and start taking those counters and sending them elsewhere. And that 1/3 that you cast earlier can now be a 2/4. And that 2/2 that you cast earlier can now be a 3/3. And that doesn't sound like a much, but you can start distributing these counters around enough so that, that 2/2, after it's got 2 counters on it, is now is now 4/4, which starts making it more trouble. And that 1/3 is now is now 2 counters is now a 3/5. That can block a lot of things. Heaven forbid you get a 1/3 flyer. Well, now that's a 2/4. A 2/4 flyer can chump block so much, and then one more counter, it's now a 3/5. It can block a 4/4 flyer all day long. One more counter, it's now a 4/6, and now it's eating 4/4s and and blocking 5/5s. You know, this is sort of things that, like, especially if you've got any way to throw extra counters onto stuff. If you've got any way of putting extra counters on stuff. If you would put one or more. Let me see what the wording on doubling season says. Alright. There we go. Sort by color. Have I got any options at all for blue? Proliferate. Proliferate will do it. Proliferate. Panther habit? Yeah, you're not silly. Habit, I'm presuming in this case, says in what nuns wear. Huh. Okay, so yeah, something like this, you're going to want proliferate shenanigans going on. You proliferate once, this gets an extra counter, and what you moved a counter onto gets an extra counter. And then you do it again, and you do it. Yeah. So yeah, this can be done in mono blue. It's not that easy, but it can be done in mono blue. Usually you want Simic, maybe you want Azorius for that, but it is doable. And again, keep in mind that because this has got evolve, this, it may take like casting 2 creatures that have power or toughness bigger than this at the time when it happens means this is a 3 mana, that grew into a 3/4 just by you casting other creatures. Actually, it doesn't even have to be casting them. They have to enter the battlefield. That's it. What? That's it. All you have to do is have a creature enter the battlefield under your control that either has larger power or larger toughness. There's that card in Marvel Superhero. Set MSHO creates attack. There, the sentry. If somebody's playing the sentry and puts a 5/5, puts the void into play under your control, you're getting a 5/5 entering under your control. That's going to more than likely put a +1 counter on this because As long as it has at no more than 3 counters on it, it's going to get a counter. And again, add proliferate shenanigans. Clinging Anemones. 4 mana for a 1/4 with Defender and Evolve. Maybe in a Toughness Matters deck. Actually, in a Toughness Matters deck, this thing can evolve fairly quickly because a lot of the stuff that you're going to be casting, even at lower mana values, is going to have higher toughness in this. You can pretty easily, for 2 mana, get 5 or 6 toughness. 3 or 4 mana, you should be looking at 7 or 8, and that's assuming. Well, no, Walls of Buzzing, say, is like 8 mana. But I mean, that's your end game. Actually, what are you? You're still a lot. I'm gonna hate myself for this. Do we have one? Oh, we have one. Excuse you. In stock only. We have one. It's $36 Canadian. Which would be 36. 20 would be 28, so around 24-ish USD. Yeah, that's about right-ish. I really want one. Actually, I want a couple. I don't want a lot, but I want a couple. But yeah, Clinging Anemones. Again, you're playing a Defender deck. Consider throwing this in. Especially if you've got a Defender deck that has cards that can help in case you're, if you have something that says your creatures deal damage based on their toughness, and you can't get that out, Clinging Anemones can still let you deal, like, just being able to attack as though it didn't have Defender. Having that option is, will do a lot because, again, this is a relatively small creature for its size for a Defender deck. Like, for its mana value, it's relatively small. You're looking at a 4 mana 1/4 with Defender. That's kind of quote unquote bad. You should be paying like 2 mana for that. But again, it's got Evolve. So this can actually, you drop like a 2-drop and a 3-drop the following turn. Chances are this is getting 2 +1/+1 counters on, which means it's going to be a 3/6. The following turn, you play something that says, hey, by the way, creatures can attack as though they didn't have Defender. And if that's all it says, well, now this creature, now the Cling Anemones is able to swing for 3. And if it does have the clause that says it deals combat damage based on its toughness, well, now you're swinging for 6. So, not as bad as it first appears. Sapphire Drake. 6 mana for a 4/4 flyer, which is Each creature control with a +1/+1 counter on it has flying. So, there's a few ways to get counters on stuff. 1, you've got stuff like Evolve. 2, you've got cards like the Simic Flux Mage that will pass counters around to various things. 3, you've got stuff that has Outlast. Look at Abzan Falconer as an example. Each creature control with a +1 counter has flying. It's a 2/3 natively with Outlast of paying a white. So, as a sorcery, with an activate ability that has a tap in the cost, so you have to either give it haste or wait until the next turn. So 2/3 now. Next turn, pay white tap. Then it's a 2/3 flyer, which feels about right. But all you have to do is get it a counter somehow. And now it's got flying. And, you know, cards like that, Sapphire Drake and similar cards. What did the white one do? Or is there a white one? I do not see a white analog to that. Maybe it was in the previous set. This is gonna hurt. White. Yet. So, Sapphire Drake. Sapphire Drake is really, you know, is surprisingly good. If you've got any way to get +1 counters on your stuff, suddenly they all have flying. Oh, totally lost. Totally lost. I will point out, normally you're looking at, 4 mana at sorcery speed to do what this does. Put target non-land permanent on top of its turns library. You're paying an extra mana, but it's an instant, and that is so much more useful. Because doing it at an instant speed can muck around so much stuff. Yeah, you ideally want Vanishment, which is the same thing, but it's got Miracle over Blue. Submerge has got an ACC that's pretty reasonable to pull off. Although Submerge only affects creatures. Yeah. I would say, yeah, there's, you know what? Let's just do a quick search for this piece of text. Boop. Yeah. Literally just totally lost in Vanishment. Do what it says it does at instant speed. Anything else requires extra. Yeah, I mean it's fine. Again, you would rather have Vanishment because you've got a chance of doing that for a single blue. But yeah, there are other cards that will do what effectively is the same thing. And all you want to do is, when somebody's, does a shuffle effect of some sort, you're like, hey, by the way, that thing that's being bothersome, yeah, in response to your shuffle, that's going on top of your deck. Okay, now you can do your search and shuffle. What? Now you can do um yeah. I it's okay for what it does. There's better options, but yeah. Scatter Arc, this is basically negate as a can and paying an extra 2 mana to draw a card. um, yeah, Scatter Arc. You're really only playing it because it's a counter spell of some sort that draws a card. And on top of that, because it's a common. If you're not playing with just commons, you really don't have a good reason to play this. There are so many other counter spells that can draw cards that are better than this when you get to higher rarities. But in fact, let me just pull off. Where am I here? Banned. You. Visual spoiler. This is the wrong deck list. I said banned. You. Cantripping counterspells. I think, yeah, I have it in here just because it's a cantripping counterspell. But if you're just looking for cantripping counterspells, Confound is really good. It's half the cost. Counter target spell that targets one or more creatures. Draw a card. Contradict for an extra blue mana will counter anything and draw a card. It's not great, but it exists. Cryptic Command. Choose to counter target spell. Return permanent to its owner's hand. Tap all creatures your opponents control. Draw a card. Dismiss is the basic. 2 blue plus 2. Counter target spell. Draw a card. Dream Fracture. For 1 less mana than Dismiss, its controller also gets to draw a card. Exclude is more useful generically. It's whatchamacallit, Essence Scatter as a cantrip for 1 more mana over Essence Scatter. Keep Safe. This is similar to Confound, except instead of something that targets a creature, targets a permanent you control. Draw a card. Mystic Confluence for an extra blue. Choose 3 modes. You can choose the same mode more than once. Mana Leak. Unsummon. Draw a card. So you could do one of each and go, yeah, countered unless you pay 3. By the way, return that back to your hand and I'm going to draw a card. Or Mana Leak and double cantrip. Sublime Epiphany. Very much similar to Cryptic Command, except it's choose 1 or more. The worst it is 6 mana, counter target spell, draw a card. Hindering Light. Well, actually, no. We're not going to go into Hindering Light because we are looking at mono blue. Arcane Denial. We all know about Arcane Denial. Blue plus 1, counter target spell. They can draw up to 2 cards on next turn's upkeep. And at that point, you also draw a card. Yeah, that's as far as I would. But that's like, I have 23, So I would say at least half of those are better than are better than Scatterark. I only have Scatterark in in this deck because I want enough extra card draw. And I am pushing the counter target spell theme hard. That's the only reason it's in there. Black cards. 6 mana for a 3/3 flying elemental. Creatures with flying your opponent's control get -1/-1. This is the flip side of something like oh, what were you called? This is the flip side of something like favorable winds. There we go. I'll remember eventually. Creatures, which gives your flyers +1/+1. This is the flip side. Your opponent's flyers get -1/-1. So, yeah, this is closer to like a 6 mana 5/5 realistically. Good lord. Lots of slamming right now. So, but what this does mean is if your opponent's got like a 5/5 dragon, well, now it's a 4/4. This, again, this is one of those cards where I don't, a card like, whatchamacallit, Sky Games makes more sense. Because as soon as you toss their creature up into the air, now it gets smaller. And now you can attack more usefully. They're, any 1/1 spirit tokens they've got basically come into play dead. It's usually going to be 1/1 spirits. Anything that's any other size is often going to be an angel. And those are usually 4/4s, which means there's suddenly 3/3s. The fun part is if you've got any way to duplicate this, even like a single copy. 2 of these in play, your opponent's 4/4s are now 2/2s. It does shrink down, what's her name? Elish Norn, which is not nothing. Which, when people just say Elish Norn, oh, no, she's got vigilance, she doesn't have flying. Damn, never mind. Negate that statement. Who's got flying? Iona. Shrinking Iona is not going to help. Having to get this into play in the first place is going to be hard. Oof. But yeah, Smog Elemental, again, if you have 2 of this effect somehow, in any way, shape, or form, you know what? OTAG clone ID black. That's cute. Activate Sleeper. So Smog Elemental dies. You play Activated Sleeper. Then you reanimate the Smog Elemental. Activated Sleeper. Activated Sleeper. In stock only. Do not has. I am sad. I need a copy of that. But anyway, yeah. You get, like I said, you have 2 of these. Your opponent's angel tokens are now 4/4s. Or sorry, they're now 2/2s. Or potentially 1/1s, depending on what size angels they've got. You're playing black. Giving your stuff first strike is not easy, but not impossible. And I'm not even talking about using stuff along the lines of Akroma's Memorial here. You have you've got cards like Rigid Kusite, which, pay 2, tap and discard a card, target creature +1/+0 gains first strike till end of turn. I wonder, do you have... I'm gonna hate myself for this. Guided Strike. Ridged. Whoops. Ridged Kusite. It is literally Guided Strike. Oh my gods. O-tag anagram. Alright. Okay, you got me on that one, Magic. It literally... It has an activated ability of Guided Strike. Its name is an anagram of Guided Strike. Wow. I feel derpicorn for that. Anyway, you have cards like that. Kusite. What's the actual tag then? Gives first strike. Midnight Charm, realistically. Or then you can use cards like Bladed Pinions and the Chroma's Memorial and whatever else. Thinhorn Bow I would not be adverse to. And Ironlance is identical to it. Anywho, yeah. But yeah, Smog Elemental is going to be decent against... is going to be decent to help you deal with your opponent's flying creatures. Slate Street Ruffian, 3 mana for 2/2. When it becomes blocked, the defending player discards a card. which means that your opponents really don't. The thing is, your opponents really don't mind taking 2 damage every turn. Like, 2 damage is nothing when you're looking at a 40 life format. It has to hit you like 5 times to be, to deal 10, which is, it's a decent amount of damage, but that still puts you at 30, which is still a relatively healthy life total. So, the only real deck that I can see this going into is like a deck where you play creatures that your opponents really don't want to block. But beyond that, Gateway Shade. If you're playing Shades, you should play this. I think we've mentioned before in a monocolor deck, you can realistically get like six gates. And I think that was that everything, or is that just commons? I forget. Type gate ID black. Sort by rarity ascending. 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't exist. Okay, so 4 common. You don't exist. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so a monocolor deck, you could end up with 8 gates. Nine if you go black, because then you get the black gate. And suddenly, a card like Gateway Shade is not unreasonable. So, yeah. It's if you're playing Shades already, and you're playing in uncommons, so you're not restricting yourself to just commons, it's not unreasonable if you're already looking at that. Yes, there's better Shades, but if you're playing Shades, you're probably playing every Shade you can reasonably get your hands on. That's probably one of them, and can pump a lot better than it looks. Mental Vapors, again, what I've said before about, discard not generally being a fun deck to play against, and not that good in Commander unless you really strongly build around it. I wouldn't bother. Although I will incidentally point out that if a card's got Cypher, you want it to go onto something that can either attack multiple times a turn or has got double strike. Specifically those 2 abilities, because it's whenever this deals combat damage to a player. If it's got double strike, it's going to hit the player twice. Shadow Slice. If you're considering a mono black burn deck for Commander, this may be in your wheelhouse, because this does give you the ability to cast it once now, throw it on a creature, attack, cast it again. So hit 2 different players for 3 life each. Potentially cast it again. Like, again, if the creature's got double strike, which might be the most realistic when you're looking at playing black, especially if you're in mono black. You could potentially, for 5 mana, drain all 3 opponents for, hit all players for 3, plus combat damage on somebody twice. So, not completely unrealistic in a mono black burn deck. I think it would be okay in that style of deck. Gutter Skulk. 2/2 zombie rat. No abilities, but it's common. If you're looking for cheap zombies, it's a cheap zombie. If you're looking for cheap rats, it's a cheap rat. Um, if you're looking for cheap zombie rat, it's a cheap zombie rat. Killing glare. Don't bother. Black plus well, let me rephrase. Black plus X. Destroy target creature power X or less. First problem is that it's based on power. It's not based on mana value. It's based on power, which means any sort of pump spell is going to ruin your day. It's going to suddenly make the creature an illegal target. That being said, people generally don't play pump spells in Commander. If they do, there's some kind of combo deck that is doing like, I throw a bunch of spells on one creature and, kill you that turn with it. In a format like Commander, I generally recommend something like Ors. If your Ors have got Flash, so much the better. That being said, it's generally not a concept people play with in Commander. So it's generally going to be what it says on the tin. That being said, destroy target creature power X or less. Approximately, if you're looking at X equals 3, you're looking at something analogous to murder. Assuming you're not playing like heavy black, you've got some black. You're looking at something analogous to murder. So, a 3 power creature or smaller. Anything bigger than that, this is a waste. Unfortunately, a lot of creatures in a lot of formats, especially Commander, get beyond 3 power really fast. So not even counting the, if I pump it, it's I lose my card. Because it's going to check for legality when you cast it. It's also going to check for the legality when it goes to resolve. And in between goes, hey, by the way, you're not a legal target anymore. Somebody could flash in a lord of some sort and suddenly your spell's no good. Yeah, if you're spending that much on a single shot removal spell, you want to be hitting, first of all, you really want it to be based on mana value instead because that's going to be constant. B, you want the creature, if you are going to use something like Killing Glare, you want the creature to be small. But at that point, why are you spending a removal spell and not just something like Infest on it? So, yeah, this just fails on too many levels. Your better option for killing smaller stuff is Smother. Black +1. Destroy target creature, mana value 3 or less. Mana value 3 is often going to get you a 4 or 5 power creature. And that's assuming people aren't enhancing it. That's just the straight up stats on the creature. 2 mana instant. Consistently gonna hit stuff that size. You have better options than Killing Glare. Death Approach. One black, enchant creature gets -X for X's number of creature cards in its controller's graveyard. If you have to play sorcery speed removal, you could do worse than play Death Approach. It is an aura, so that does have certain synergies going along for it. I know that last I checked, and to be fair, it's been a couple years, but last I checked, Pioneer's primary Auras deck wasn't mono white, it was Orzhov, which tells me there's enough black stuff out there to make auras viable in, in an Orzhov shell. Using Orzhov as your starting point rather than mono white. So Death's Approach, not unreasonable to throw in something like that as a removal spell. Stuff dies. Giving -X bypasses a lot of things. Bypasses regeneration, which is plus this is also not damage, so it's not something that can be healed. Plus we're looking at indestructible, doesn't care. Somebody hits a board wipe of any sort, even something relatively small like a pyroclasm that deals 2 damage to each creature, that's going to wipe a board of like a bunch of small stuff. Well, sometimes that's enough to trigger Death's Approach to go, oh, hey, by the way, he's got 6 creatures. You got 6 creatures in your graveyard now. That's now enough to kill that thing dies. Wait, what? Yeah, that's enough that thing dies. Well, crap. So you can have a cascading effect that way. Plus, again, there's certain people like playing graveyard-based decks, and so doing that suddenly means that paying 1 mana, it's like, hey, by the way, yeah. Again, throwing a copy in, the occasional deck, not a terrible idea. Next card, Undercity Plague. 6 mana. This is basically a targeted smallpox, where each player loses a life, discards a card, sacks a creature, sacks a land. This is target player loses a life, discards a card, and then sacks a permanent. So it's almost a targeted smallpox. But then it's got Cipher. I would say that a targeted smallpox is probably 1 more mana than base smallpox, because it doesn't affect you. And cards at that point were still generally built for 1v1. So yeah, it's about right-ish. And that's got Cipher, which means you get to cast it again. So yeah, if you're building around Pox style effects, you're gonna want this. If you are building, like, again, a card that is not terrible as a discard effect that also makes your opponent lose out on other stuff, I wouldn't put it in a burn deck, but in discard or something Pox based, I would at least consider it. And sacrificing a permanent means that you can actually get them to blow up stuff that black has trouble dealing with in the first place. Devour Flesh. This is kind of black's answer, black's version of Swords of Plowshares. Okay. Exile target creature, its controller gains life equal to its power. Target player sacrifices a creature of their choice. then gains life equal to that creature's toughness. So the what stat it's based on changes, but it's not a big difference most of the time. Again, more I think 54% of creatures at last check have power and toughness equal. So it's not that big a deal. They get to choose. So it's going to be harder to go, hey, by the way, eat that one. But, I mean, yeah. Rar, you don't have to say anything else. I already agree. Edict effects are hard to make work the way you want them to work. You have to negotiate around. Uh, I don't think I'd go as far as 50. Because also don't forget, you can also target yourself with it, and at that point, you're going to want the way this works instead. I think you're thinking of damn it, not Cruel Edict, Chainer's Edict. Yeah, like there are better cards than this. There's also worse cards than this. It's not. I wouldn't put it on on top tier, but I think it's like Path to Exile in that it gives you enough flexibility to use it. But the problem is you have to negotiate around it. That being said, if you cast it right after somebody's cast a Wrath effect, because this is an instant, you can use this to clean up leftovers. Somebody goes Wrath of God. Okay, well, that's fine. I've got this 8/8 indestructible or whatever. Oh yeah, again, I'm not saying it's great. There but there are worse cards than I'm saying it's okay for what it does. But I mean, like Killing Glare, there's definitely worse options. I would probably play Devour Flesh over Kill. I don't know. That's kind of a coin toss there, I think. Corpse Blockade, 4 mana for 1/4 with Defender. Sack another creature, gives the Shieldred's Edict exists if we're also talking this, or. And then that time there was another. Oh, yeah. Corpse Blockade. The big reason you would want a card like Corpse Blockade, realistically, it's a sack outlet. It gives you another free sack outlet, something along the lines of this Viscera, but where the free sack is the important part, and what the effect actually is much less important. People rarely play this Viscera because of the scry. They play this Viscera because it's a 1 mana creature that allows you to sack creatures, for other, because they want the sack ability. So Corpse Blockade. I mean, why he does have defenders. A 1/4 averages to a 2, closer to a 2/3. At that point, he would have been too strong as he would have been too strong with those stats. At that point, because keep in mind, we are talking, over 12 years ago. We're talking, I think, 13 years ago, if I'm reading that right. Um, Something that's a 1/4 defender. Also with a relevant creature type, which isn't nothing. That's also a free sack outlet that can randomly kill stuff. Yes, but the key there is they have 0 power and no real way to make being a 0 weight broken. Also, I think the 0/8s that existed by then were in another color. And being a wall in and of itself was a drawback. Let's see here. Date less than say 2015. No, say less than 2016. Toughness greater than 7. Yeah, greater than 7. Mana value less than 4. Yeah, the only 0/8s that existed at that point, Wall of Denial, which there was a 7 for 2 colorless. I think the only 0/7 that I can think of was Wall of Junk, I think it was. Yeah, which every time it blocks, you have to bounce it back at the end of turn, or at the end. Actually, at the end of combat. Which, in most decks, because it's 0 power, and again, at that point, there's no way to actually abuse the fact that it's got a high toughness. We didn't have anything along the lines of high alert yet. Actually, sorry, we had Doran the Siege Tower, and that was it. And I don't think Doran allowed. Yeah, Doran only allowed creatures to assign damage based on toughness. It didn't allow them to attack. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, you also got to remember it was in black, which already had enough pump effects, like whatchamacallit, Bad Moon, Death Pit Offering. Uh, I know there's more. I'm just drawing a blank at this point. But there were those, It's also zombies, so any of the, and we've already hit the first trip to Innistrad. So all the zombie synergies that you get from there. It was. Plus, people still had to keep in the back of their mind weird cards like Allurin. So, I don't know. I'm. I think given when it was built, it was fine. But yeah, it's primarily their you primarily play a card like this because you want another cheap free sack, another cheap free sack outlet. Cheap in the fact that it costs 3 mana, and like you want this and this Rasier and cards like Nantuko Husk and Woe Strider and just stuff that doesn't cost anything, just sack a creature, do a thing. You want to make sure you have enough free sack outlets. And I think when I went to my mono black common stack, where are you? Did I run you? I don't remember. Sack to me. No. But it definitely was a I would probably. No, I played Gibbering Barricade because it did something that I actually actively wanted, which was drawing extra cards. This draws me extra cards. This gains, this drains people. I wanted sack outlets that did things rather than just be sack outlets. But that's because that's how I built the deck. If I just wanted more free sack outlets, yeah. That's enough. I don't know the card you're referring to. Oh! Ashnod's Altar. It's... I pretty much never... yes, there are decks that play it, but I rarely see anyone actually do anything with it. It's not that... I don't generally find it to be that big a deal, realistically. Yeah, but nobody... I know I play it in my commons only commander decks because I want... I need ways to generate extra mana, and I occasionally want a sack outlet. Beyond that, in most of my other decks, I just don't use it. I don't need it. Legacy, it's legal. Nobody really uses it. MTGgoldfish.com. Popper. Ashnod's Altar. Search. Excuse you? I said Popper. Search. What dies? Return another artifact from your graveyard to your hand. Straktos or mono black artifact combo deck. When creature enters, mere retriever. So you sack a retriever, get back another retriever. So just one retriever in your graveyard, one retriever in hand, and you just bounce them back and forth. But I mean, all you need is like any kind of graveyard hate. Well, I mean, yes and no, because any kind of graveyard hate will stop that. Um, Nuking the Terror, which is not hard to kill. You know, it's a 4 mana artifact creature. It's a 4 mana 3/4 artifact creature. That's easy enough. Even just returning it back to hand is going to slow things down. That works on against any grave. Well, yeah. And he went 2 and 3 on that one. Tron deck. This is basically the same. This is essentially the same deck. Or alternatively, with the bounce ability, you know, with the return to hand ability on the stack, you blow up the altar. Which, you know, depending on what you're playing, you can do for 2 mana at instant speed. I'm not saying it, I don't think it's good. I'm saying I would be less concerned about it. I'm saying it's I'm less concerned about it because there's enough stuff that involves the graveyard or artifacts in Pauper anyway that you should make sure you have answers to them. I mean, you know, even countering, you know, the mirror that you're trying to cast on, you know, that you're trying to cast would that should slow things down as well. I think that's not a fair statement because even familiar decks that are hard control suffer from graveyard. Yeah. Which means you should have graveyard hate in your side, you know, in your sideboard, if not in your main deck. I find that you know, I also find that true with Commander. You know, this is part of the reason why that always in sideboard depends on your graveyard hate. There are some graveyard hate that I would not mind having in my main deck, depending on the format, etc., etc. Some of it is perfectly, you know, some of it is actually fine in the main deck. Also depends on the metagame you're expecting too. But yeah, that's realistically, it's a graveyard based deck. So you generally expect to win game 1 It's kind of like Dredge in other formats. You expect to win game one, and then games two and game three, you're going to have an uphill battle. Really? Tormod's Crypt. Tormod's Crypt, Nihil Spellbomb, which you never have to play black to actually use it. Um, whatchamacallit, Deluxekoff, who streams on, Twitch under Propaganda, quite often runs, what are you called? Fairy Macabre. In his sideboard is Graveyard Hate, even when he's not playing black. He loves using this as his Graveyard Hate because it costs nothing to pitch from hand. It's almost like playing Yu-Gi-Oh at that point. You pitch this from hand and you choose two cards that are in graveyards and in the graveyard and go, hey, by the way, exile that and that. Works really well against like any server. Man, any of the yes, yes they are. Round one, they expect to be Z deck. You know, that's how they prey on. But they basically they assume they're gonna win game. Yeah, they assume they're gonna win game one, which they quite often do. But games two and three, people are usually bringing in somewhere around 6 to 8 pieces of graveyard hate, and so now they have to fight through the graveyard hate, and it's much more difficult for them. And we're talking about Pauper, so somebody brings in Tormod's Crypt and, a playset of Tormod's Crypt and a couple of Fairy Macabre, and anything based on graveyards is going to have trouble. Your and something like Vintage Dredge where it doesn't even use mana. Oh, yeah. But that being said, if you're looking at Dredge and Vintage, one of the most common pieces of graveyard hate people are going to bring in is whatchamacallit, Leyline of the Void. You have no Leyline of the Void. You cast it before the game even starts. Yep. You drop this, and your opponent is going to have, like, they're probably going to spend about 5 or 6 turns trying to figure out how to get past this. Yeah, but this you can play before either player even has their first turn. Like, I'm not saying I disagree with Grafdigger's Cage is the one you're talking about. I'm not saying I disagree. People do play that. But a lot of people will play like 4 of this, even if they don't, like Fair Macabre, even if they don't have access to black, just because it's so good against Dredge. And then a couple more pieces of Graveyard Hate. Cage is often their next best option. And yeah. So there are in formats where you're only playing one game, you better have decent graveyard hate in your main deck. If you play on Arena, for example, and you play anything that's best of one, you better have a couple decent pieces of graveyard hate in your main deck. Dredge plus stacks are my favorite times of decks in Vintage because they're so fun. Uh, the for watching, I might agree. For playing against, Dredge is a pain to. Well, Dredge isn't too bad to play against. Stacks is a pain to play against. Hey, Argo. Yeah, catch you in about 25 minutes if you're still here. Ah. Yeah, basically. Midnight Recovery. I think if you're looking at playing a card like Midnight Recovery, you're generally better off with Blood Fountain for something like this, because 4 mana to return a card back to hand, potentially 2 cards, possibly 3, just not enough. Because for this exact cost, you get cards like Zombify, which puts the card directly into play. And unless you specifically want the cast trigger, you're almost always better just playing a card like Zombify, and there's enough ways to bring a creature back from the dead that costs less than 4 mana on top of that. Or cards like Dread Return, which if it's in your graveyard, you can sack 3 creatures just to get it back in the first, to sack 3 creatures to flash it back and reanimate that way. Yeah, just oh no, Cypher's got good effects attached to it. It's just it's a matter of finding stuff that's I I don't think I think the problem more realistically is more good effects. But yeah, Midnight Recovery would just pass. It's not worth it. You can reanimate for the same cost. You might as well do that. Red cards. Uh, this will basically, if you get to Battalion, this will basically attack as a 4/3. Yeah. Um, considering I think you can get a 3. I know you can get a 4/3. I think you can get a 4/3 with some minor drawbacks now at this point. Um, I think you can start getting 3/3s now. Let's see here. Uh, Power Grid 2 toughness equals 3 mana value equals 3 mana 2. Whoops. Color red. Sort by power descending. Alright, so 4/3s are not unreasonable. Karsa's Depth Guard, as soon as it's got an extra point of power in from anything, it starts being able to attack. That's actually kind of scary. Blind Spot Giant can't attack or block unless you control another giant. Hey, by the way, changelings. Except keep in mind that they did that in green. That does make a difference. Actually, hold on. Yeah, that's yeah, Quake Strider Ceratops. Lol. Raging Crunch not being able to attack alone. Not under, that you can get around. Okay. So there are... That can be worked around easy enough. That can be worked around easy enough. This is... When it... Non-human Cannonball. 4/3 with a dice trigger that might deal damage to you. Oh, on the, on this one, it's the, I couldn't remember the name, and it's the piece of, it's, because it's vanilla, the only text it has is flavor text, and it's the piece of, it's the one piece of flavor text that specifically stands out about it. For the first time in all my travels, I've encountered a creature I could only describe as an apex herbivore. Apex in this context means it's the top of the food chain. Herbivore is a creature that only eats plants. It is like the biggest, most brutal plant-eating creature out there. Yep. That's apparently a thing, according to Vivian. But yeah, workable. Wouldn't bother. So yeah, 3 mana, 4/3, not unreasonable. 1, 2. 2 of them can go into any deck. This one, if you've got any way to pump it at all, in any way, shape, or form. And then, if you've got any sort of giants, changelings, etc., etc., a reasonable number of them, say 8-ish, is probably enough to turn this on consistently. So, yeah, if you're looking for... Actually, wait a sec. Where are the 3/3s? What do we got for 3/3s? Yeah, 3/3s I'm kind of met on. I think realistically, I'm looking at Bloodrock, Cyclops, Frontline Rebel. Potentially Headstrong Brute. It's got, it has a penalty. Like the only 2 flavor texts I know from Dark Ritual and from Tempest and Memory Lapse from 6th edition. Yeah, certain things just sink in. Yeah. Warmind Infantry, I would say in general there's better options. It's not terrible bad, but there's generally better options. Structural Collapse. 6 mana. Target player sacrifices an artifact and land of their choice, and then it deals 2 damage to them. That's yes, they get to choose what gets blown up, but they're losing 2 permanents and taking 2 damage. Red is not commonly known for getting card advantage. You're 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 lucky if you get like mana neutral or not mana neutral, card neutral. Structural collapse, even though it costs a lot, is isn't. I wouldn't go out on a limb to play it. This would require a lot of work. And keep in mind, you have to hit the same. Oh no, they can have card draw. They just can't get carded. It's just hard for them to get card advantage. Really hard for them to get card advantage. Yeah. I'd be more interested in playing the infantry over the collapse in general. 10th Street Market. Again, the same. This is the same problems that I had with the white one, Debtor's Pulpit. It's the same problem I had. It's 5 mana, and then and so realistically, to be able to do this, you're looking at 6 mana because it's 5 to cast onto a land, and then you tap and then tapping the land because you want to put it on an untapped land. Otherwise, you're having to wait a turn to use it. So 6 mana realistically, 5 to cast it, and then enchant a land, and then go tap and discard a card to draw a card. Oh, you're saying you don't think red should be able to pull. Um, I'm not sure, and I think you mean wheel. I'm not sure I agree with that, but I mean, it. I don't know if I agree, but I don't know if I disagree. Everyone gets card draw in today's Magic. Yeah, but Yargo, the card draw that red gets is at best generally getting card even, like card neutral. Yeah, 10th Street Market, uh, way too slow for what it does. Way too slow for what it does. You might as well have something like Rummaging Goblin or something like that instead. Theoshino Shanktail. Oh yeah, the Blood Rush ability. Blood Rush in this time frame. Black has to sacrifice half its board to draw 3 cards. No, it doesn't. It surprisingly doesn't because it can often sacrifice pay 2 mana, sacrifice 1 thing, and draw 3 cards out of it. Play 10 Street Market so you can discard. Yargo, there's one problem with that. This is a commander stream. Where are you getting 3 more 10 Street Markets? Womp womp. Uh. No, black is usually number 2 at drawing cards. Even like almost pretty much regardless of format, black is usually really good at drawing cards. And in some formats, it's actually probably the best at it. Actually, black is technically number 1 because they have the most broken card draw spell of all time. Um, on a Technicality, yes. However, it's not legally playable anywhere. Wrong card. This one. No, he means this one. Not legal in any format because you cannot legally play for anti in any format. Well, no, it still draws 7. You just put an extra card in the ante. But the strongest card you can legally play in any format, and nowadays that now even includes standard, is Ancestral Recall. Anyway, Blood Rush, no, Ancestral Recall. Because Emeritus of Ideation. Yeah, so Blood Rush, the way Blood Rush worked at this point is whatever the creature's abilities was, its stat line and its actual non-Blood Rush abilities. You could Blood Rush it, basically pay the Blood Rush mana cost and discard it to give an attacking creature a size boost equal to the size of the creature you're pitching, and whatever abilities it had. So Viashino Shanktail gives +3/+1 and first strike because it's a 3/1 first strike. Oh, dude. Thank you. Emeritus of Ideation. No, it is not super hard to use. It is not super hard to use. There's a reason why it was legal in it was legal in Vintage, then got banned, then got made legal again, then got banned again. I think Gush is... Whoops, wrong one. It's even banned in Pauper. Yep. And I've seen people playing Gush in and it's like, what was it I was watching? I think it was the Best Standard Deck Ever series on MTG Goldfish. And the people that play in those are, like, they're competent Magic players, but they're not good Magic players. They're not, like, they're not, high profile, they don't win Pro Tours, they don't win even Grand Prix, or they don't top 8 large events, etc., etc. They're much more relaxed, much more casual. They're good. No. MTG Goldfish, not Card Market. Yeah. Card Market, TOEFL is pretty good. I mean, TOEFL is Mythic Champion at least once. They also often invite Andrea Mengucci over, who's won a couple of things. This is what happens when you're in Europe. Uh, Yaman is actually a lot like Yaman could be. I think Yaman could do well in like a Grand Prix or potentially a Pro Tour, but I think he chooses not to go that route. But I think he has the ability to if he wanted to. Uh, Carl. Carl, I'm not so sure about. And then they also, yeah, yeah, Yaman plays pretty well. Like I said, I think he could be on. I think he could be on the Pro Tour if he decided he wanted to be. I think he just, yeah. Um, and they also often invite on Pleasant Kenobi. Sorry, Vince, also known as Pleasant Kenobi on the internet. Um, who's also another player who's I think if he chose to be a professional, to try to play professionally, he could, and he could do well at it. But I think he chooses not to. So, kind of like Yaman. But as for Goldfish, the only person I can think of who I see being like the actual competitive, interested in playing professionally at all is Krim. Seth gets to yeah, Seth gets to any sort of event because he's a well-known content creator. Um Rich, I mean, I think Goldfish is just his baby and that's why he shows up. What's his name? Phil. Hello there, random person on the internet. God, I love that line. Uh, I I think he might be at a similar level to Yaman. I think he's the kind of person that could play at a higher level if he decided he wanted to and he chooses not to. Tomer? Oh yeah. Hey, hey. Not every German is a world class player. But yeah, Tomer and I think, would see eye to eye on a lot of things. Uh, because they don't want to pick on Fele. They don't want to pick on Fele, and uh, they don't want to pick on Fele. Carl likes his pillow fort decks, so they're always expecting something. And uh, and Tomer's too scary because he's the king of like turn one Soul Ring. So Yaman kind of gets it as you know well, there's only four of us at the table. Guess what? It's gonna be you. Yeah, exactly. He's always got something. uh, anyway, right. Getting distracted. Not that it takes much. Viashino Shanktail. Yeah, anything that's got Blood Rush is going to be good. Keep in mind it says target attacking creature, not target attacking creature you control. So you can muck around with somebody else's combat that way. +3 power and first strike. Also, it's an activated ability, and it's not an activated ability of a permanent. So that makes it really hard to stop. Mark for death. Targeted creature an opponent controls blocks this turn of Fable. Untap that creature. Other creatures have... Oh. This is basically going, hey, by the way, you're the only creature that can block this turn. I'm untapping you. You're the only one that... Yeah. Weird card. Why do you think I do this stream? Cards people just... Wait, what? What? Yeah. I'm untapping you. You have to block. Nothing else can. If there's a creature you really need to kill, Mark for Death kind of does that. Obviously, if you've got a large enough creature, or you've got something with Death Touch, or Fate's the Untouchable, or something, some way that's going to turn on. Yeah, Mark for Death is going to turn around and, well, mark that creature for death, and nobody else wants to get involved. Furious Resistance. Speaking of first strike, hilariously, target blocking creature gets +3 power and first strike till end of turn for a single red. I mean, if you're on any sort of defensive strategy, P.S. Happy Canada Day for those of us in the, in Eastern time zone. Woo. Yeah, I don't want to write combat tricks to be this unless it's a political deck. I mean, hey, Carl, here's a card for you. Wait, what? Oh, that'd be funny. But yeah, Furious Resistance, giving a blocker +3 power and first strike is basically just gonna go, yeah, I'm blocking that and it's going to die. I am amused by this card. And again, same situation as the Shanktail. It doesn't say it has to be a creature you control. So again, you can muck around with somebody's combat. Firefist Striker, 2 mana for a 2/1. Whenever this at least 2 other creatures attack, target creature can't block this turn. If you can find a way to build a deck around this phrase, this should probably be in that deck. Yeah. Otherwise, probably not worth it. Bomber Core, 2 mana for 1/2. Whenever this and at least 2 other creatures attack, this deals 1 damage to any target. So, this is kind of attacking as a 2/2 for 2. But at that point, just play a 2. I mean, nowadays, just play a 2/2 for 2. Nowadays, you can actually do that. For a long time, it was really, really hard to get a 2/2 for 2 at common. Even at higher rarities, it required effort. So, unless you're no, even a deck like Ishin or something like that, I don't think I'd bother. Scorchwalker. Again, back to a Blood Rush effect. Pray that I don't have Lightning Bolt No, it's a lightning bolt in your hand. What lightning bolt? I don't know what you're talking about. 4 mana. You get a 5/1 Blood Rush to give target attacking creature +5/+1. 2 red +1 to give a creature +5/+1. As as an activated ability, you're not casting a spell, it's an activated ability, is actually, like, most of that obviously is going to come from that +5 power, which is huge. I read that very badly. Why would you see? Because the big thing to keep in mind, it's always target attacking creature, not target attacking creature you control, which is something a lot of people are going to assume. +5 power is huge, especially on something that's already like, oh my, oh wow. Hey Argle, I had a really dumb idea. I'm occasionally poking Deluxekoff and asking if he's in any interest in building like mono red infect. What do you think of Scorchwalker and mono red infect as basically a giant pump spell? I hit you for 1. Oh yeah, there's always a way. Do you know the way? Yeah. Um, there's a couple of cards that have infect that are, yeah, but also it's not a it's also not a spell. It's an activated ability. It's in theory it's buildable. I don't know if it'd be good, but in theory it's buildable. This would be hilarious to throw in that deck. No, we're talking Pauper. I would find that hilarious. Skinbrand Goblin, 2 mana for 2/1. You can pay red and pitch it to give +2/+1. Oh yeah. I want to I want to see a way. I want to see it. Like I don't expect it'll be good. However, because you're playing red, you do have a bunch of removal to play in the main deck. You do get your lightning bolts and all that other jazz to mess around with. You get that. You get the whatchamacallit, cleansing wildfire to ramp. Yeah, Skimbrand Goblin. I think the only reason I would consider playing this at all is if I'm playing goblins. Beyond that, I I don't think I would bother. Homing Lightning. 4 mana instant. 4 damage to target creature and each other creature with the same name as that creature. Oh, this. If you are playing Commander and you are considering damage-based removal, again, not something I generally recommend because cards like Aftershock, oh, good lord. Give me a sec here. I saw Blood Frenzy, Nosy Goblin, Hammerheim, Deadeye, Sting Scourger, Aftershock, Lava Flow, Fisher. etc., etc., etc. Well, that's typically what I would assume, but you also get to hit things like rat colony, for example. Anything that's along the lines of rat colony or persistent petitioners, you just wipe the entire board of all of them. So again, this is the kind of card that I wouldn't complain about somebody putting a copy into a deck once in a while, just because you expect somebody to go, hey, by the way, thunk. Oh, oh, oh. Fire Song and Sunspeaker. Red instant sorcery spells you control have lifelink, etc., etc., etc. Have that as your general. Playing against somebody that's got, let's say, persistent petitioners, because it's an example. Homing lightning. Cool. I just hit like 8 petitioners, so that's 32 damage. So I just gained 32 life. No big deal. Generally, you want a card like Chain Reaction, but Homing Lightning lets you be a little more surgical than that. Wrecking Ogre, 5 mana for a 3/3 double strike, which is actually pretty decent because it's going to be costed like it's a 6/3, so it averages to a 5/4, so that's about right. Well, but like a 5/4 first strike. But blood rushing it is just huge. +3/+3 and double strike on the attacker. Like, are you playing a deck that wants to beat down with, like, especially if you got um like, is your commander dealing damage? Are you playing infect? Basically, are you doing something that uh you want to shortcut dealing damage? Then and you're playing red, a card like Wrecking Ogre should be in that deck. Oops. Green cards. Scab Clan Charger, 4 mana for 2/4. Uh, Blood Rush, same thing. 2 mana to give +2/+4 again, averages to a 3/3. Which, Giant Growth, but again, it's an activated ability, not a spell. So harder to counteract. Um, you know what? No, I was gonna say something about maybe that should see. Okay. Good night, Yurgle. Happy Canuckistan Day in about 3 hours. Yeah, I was thinking about this, seeing some, maybe see some play in like Infect, but it doesn't do enough. You really need, like, Giant Growth should be like the minimum for something like that. That being said, because it's a creature, you can get it back either into play or, back to your hand somehow. So maybe the ability to recur it is feasible. I don't know. Probably not worth it it's one of those cards that's like it's tempting, but it's not worth it. Slaughterhorn, on the other hand, um, you know, if you're again, if you're building around something like Infect, and you're in green, you're gonna want a card like this. It's almost it's almost giant growth. Again, harder to stop because it's an activated ability of something that's not a permanent because it's coming from your hand. So I would, if you're building along that line at all, Slaughterhorn should probably sneak its way in. Although, again, if I'm building Infect for a format like Commander, I probably want auras in lieu of instants. That being said, Slaughterhorn, it's a creature. If I'm doing this for Commander, I've got cards like Genesis that allow me to return it back to my hand on my upkeep. Adaptive Snapjaw. It's a 6/2. Because it's only got, like, it's 5 mana, but it's only got 2 toughness, it's going to evolve fairly easily. It's also really good at evolving other creatures. So if you're building around something like Evolve anyway, the Adaptive Snapjaw it's basically good on both sides. I don't see another good home for it. I see building it around Evolve. Serene Remembrance. Shuffle Serene Remembrance and up to 3 target cards from a single graveyard into their owner's library. Hilariously, you can you cast it as part of its resolution, it's going to get shuffled back in. And then you can target somebody else's graveyard and go, hey, by the way, shuffle those 3 back in. You're usually going to want to do it to your own. But it's not unreasonable to go, hey, by the way, shuffle those back in. Especially if you want to stop some, graveyard shenanigans. Or at least slow it down. It is a sorcery, so I wouldn't say stop it, but slow it down. It's you mostly want that though to recur your own stuff. That being said, if you've got, let's say, this and let's say Gaia's Blessing in your deck, this Gaia's Blessing and maybe one other, that should be enough to make sure you never run out of deck. Rust Scarab. 5 mana for 4/5. Whenever it becomes blocked, you may destroy target artifact or enchantment defying player controls. Do you know what the scary thing to do with this is? Is give it some kind of, I'm thinking giving it Infect just to make sure that people want to block it. But they're not blocking it because they want to. They're blocking it because they have to. Because 4 poison is a lot. Yeah. Not apologizing. You do that, and you're gonna go. All right, I'll attack you for 4 poison. What? I'm attacking you for 4 poison. Put was it Grafted Skullcap on it? Is that the card I'm thinking of? No, Grafted Exoskeleton. Yeah, Grafted Exoskeleton. Throw that on it. Now you're attacking for 6 points of Infect. They take 1 hit from it. They're more than halfway to dead. They're going to they're going to block with things they don't want to, but they have to, and they're going to start losing. They're going to start losing stuff that way. If you want to be dangerous, that's what you do. If you want to be, just annoying. I mean, to be fair, a 4 or 5, that's still 10 attacks, but this is a thing that they're going to, again, this is one of those cards. This is why you want an effect like, if you're not running Swords of Plowshares or a similar effect, Swords of Plowshares, Murders, something like that, you at least want an effect like Pacifism. Scar Goliath. Oh, wow. So 8 mana for a 9/9 trample, which is pretty healthy in and of itself. Blood Rush for 1 less mana than what it costs to cast, so it commonly just got hard cast. Because for 1 more mana, you actually get a 9/9 body. Target attacking creature gets +9/+9, gains trample till end of turn. Because that is such a huge swing, if you're going, like, playing a deck that's got a fair amount of Blood Rush in it, you're going to want this. If you're playing, if you do decide to go the poison route, play this. If you are playing commander damage and your curve goes up fairly high. Oh yeah, I think for red there's 2. Plus you've got a couple of artifact creatures. You have a couple of cards for proliferate. It's not easy by any stretch of the imagination. I want to see somebody do it. But yeah, Scar Goliath, if you're playing Infect, if you're playing commander damage, sometimes, if you're playing, something that's got double strike, again, this will just turn around and go, you kill this or you die. Other cards are more efficient. This is a huge bunch of thwack. You have 1 colorless and popper that is toxic, and there's 1 bolt spells that proliferates. Yeah, there's a couple ID equal red format popper. Oh, whatchamacallit? Infect. Yeah, Razor Swine, 2/1 first strike with an effect, which is not terrible, surprisingly. And Ogre Menial, which is actually pretty decent because, pumping it once, it's going to be 2 poison. Wildwood Rebirth. 2 mana instant, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. It's basically a green Raise Dead for an extra mana, but Raise Dead is a sorcery. This is an instant, so that's where you're getting the extra mana from. If your deck is creature heavy, it might be worth a consideration. However, I would generally play Genesis before I played this. Boop. Let's go with this version, because this is the version most people are going to be familiar with. 5 mana for 4/4. No combat abilities or anything like that. In fact, its only ability is when it's in the graveyard. If it's in your graveyard, at the beginning of your upkeep, you can pay 3 mana, one of which has to be green. If you do, return target creature card from your graveyard, put it in your hand. You could target itself. You know, but you have other things you can get back. You have Eternal Witness, for example, that, comes, you attack with her or whatever, it dies. But when it comes into play, you bring something else back. And that can be any card type. Eternal Witness plus some kind of sack outlet basically means, every turn you're spending 6 mana getting something else back. Or you can spend 3 mana this turn on Genesis, 3 mana the next turn on Eternal Witness, 3 mana the following turn to get it back, and, alternate. So Wildwood Rebirth, I don't think is quite going to be enough. Again, there's also ways to reanimate in green too. They're not plentiful, but they do exist. The first one the big thing that comes to mind is really, really weird. It's Reincarnation. It costs 3 mana, and you basically go, when this creature dies, that one's coming back. But you choose what that one is when this creature dies. Yeah, it's also, if you want a card like Wildwood Rebirth, there's ID equal green charm. What are you called? No. Name charm. Evolution charm. Which is the ability that we just saw. Target creature gains flying till end of turn. Or search for a basic land card, put in your hand, and shuffle. If you're considering Wildwood Rebirth, play Evolution Charm first. If you really need it, then maybe consider this, but yeah. Spire Tracer. This is a 1/1 flyer that doesn't have flying. Wait, what? Can't be blocked except by creatures with flying or reach. Flying creatures can't be blocked except by creatures with flying or reach. But it doesn't have flying. It might as well have flying, but it doesn't have flying. Oh, what do you call it? Is it Chaos Sphere I'm thinking of? Chaos Sphere. Creatures with flying can only block creatures with flying. Creatures without flying have reach. Creatures with flying can only block creatures with flying. So if you play Chaos Sphere with a Spire Tracer out, I'm a ground creature. I have reach. Your flying creature, which I would normally be able to block me, can't block me. So the only thing that could block it is a creature with reach. Chaos Sphere plus Spire Tracer means it can only be blocked by a creature with reach. I'm sure you can find something to do with that. Crown Ceratok. 4 mana for 4/3 trample. Each creature you control with a +1 counter on it has trample. I know why we're seeing this in green, and oh, I need one of these. What? I need one of these. Crowned Ceratok. Why do I need this? My commons only... My commons only mono green deck is elves. Because it's just commons, I don't have the ability to throw any of the lords in. I can't run Elvish Champion. I can't run blah, blah, words. Like most of the lords that exist that give, you know, hey, by the way, I give all elves +1 plus, you know, or all elves you control +1/+1 and whatever. Visual spoiler. None of them are 1-drops, I don't think. No. 2-drops. Leaf Crown Visionary. Lets me pay green when I cast an elf to draw a card. Elvish Clangcaller. 2 mana 1/1. Basically, it's basically another 2 mana 1/1 Elf Lord. 3 mana Elvish Archdruid. That's the card I was thinking of. Galadrim Brigade. Any 4s? Nah. But, you know, stuff of that nature. I don't get to run them. But this has an iconic Masters printing that makes it common. My commons only Elves deck, which is mono green, ends up dealing with a decent amount of +1/+1 counters. Partly because I'm running Master Chef as one of my command, as you know, in the command zone. This plus Faceless 1, just so I have the ability to play it. Commander creatures you won't have. This creature enters with an additional, so the commander enters with an additional +1 counter. And other creatures you control enter with an additional +1 counter on them. Plus, I've got a couple of other cards that give +1 counters. Well, suddenly, Crown Ceratok, if I have that my creatures with +1 counters now also have trample. Huh. Ooze Flux, 4 mana, enchantment, pay 2 and remove +1 counters from creatures. You don't make a 0/0 ooze with X +1 counters on it. You make an XX ooze. So if you remove, if you look across your creatures and you go, I'll take 1 from here, I'll take 2 from that, I'll take 1 from that, and I'll take 1 from that. I've taken away 5 +1 counters. So I make a 5/5 ooze. I was thinking Slam against humanity, but it's not an ooze itself. It references ooze, but it doesn't actually make oozes. Oh, sorry. It makes oozes, but it's not an ooze. It's not a card Slime Against Humanity would actually care about. Greenside Watcher, 2 mana for a 2/1 Elf Druid. Tap to untap target gate. Most of the gates tap for one of 2 colors. So this will help fix your mana, but this isn't going to get you. It'll get you ahead in mana in the same sense that Llanowar does, or Birds of Paradise does. Might be a better analogy, but beyond that, eh. If you're playing with enough gates, you might want it for the mana fixing. Hintervines. The Simic have got a theme here of +1 counters, as you can tell from Evolve and other stuff. 3 mana instant. Prevent all combat damage should be dealt this turn by creatures with no +1 counters on them. If you've got a few, if you've got ways to give your stuff +1/+1 counters, you can deal combat damage, and your opponents are going to be like, I got nothing. Unfortunately, certain decks work really well with +1 counters. Hydra's being one of them. So, Hintervines is okay. I might consider it as one of the options in a Turbo Fog deck, depending on the kind of deck that I'm, the concept for the deck. Now the fun part. ID equal gold. Not color. Gold, not color. See. 5 multicolored cards. Okay? Or I should say, 5 cards with a multicolor identity. Okay? 5 cards with a multicolor identity that are monocolored directly. Frodoculus, 2 mana for 1/3, which is a common stat line for white, for blue, I should say. Blue +1 for 1/3. Often get something else on top. Green and 1, +2/+2 till end of turn. Only once each turn. Understand the Simic? That's about as easy as winning a staring contest with a homunculus. So, yeah. I think I'd only bother if I'm playing Homunculus Tribal, really. I don't see... I don't really see another good home for it. Tearing Thunderfist, 5 mana for 4/4, pay white to give Vigilance till end of turn. There's... I mean, to be fair, it is a common. But I think by this point you are... I know you can get a 3/3 Flying Vigilance by now for 5 mana. Power greater than 2, toughness greater than 2, rarity common. Keyword vigilance. Game paper. ID Boros. Sort by color. Alright, Ghostly Sentinel, you've got a 3/3 fight of Flying Vigilance for... Ideally, what we're looking at is a 4/4. Armor Store Guide is a 4/4 Vigilance that puts counters on stuff. Argivian Phalanx, it says it's a 6 mana creature, but it basically has affinity for creatures. Actually, that's what it says nowadays. Does Foundation's Jumpstart actually say that? No, it doesn't. Goliath Paladin, yeah, we know about that. Um, 5 mana, 3/3 Vigilance. Yeah, nah. Looks on the search and enters other creature you control. Wow. Rehearsed Debater. 3 mana for a 3/3 Vigilance with repartee. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, this gets +1/+1 till end of turn. That's hilarious. Riling Dawnbreaker. Really, really close to Sarah Angel at common now. It's a 3/4 Falling Vigilance. With beginning of your upkeep, another target creature you control gets +1/+0 till end of turn. And it's got an omen attached. Sunblade Angel, you get a 3/3 Flying Vigilance, first strike, lifelink for 6, which is 1 more than what the Commando was. Relic Sloth. Red plus white plus 3 for 4/4 Vigilance Menace. That's very close to, like, Menace is almost as good as flying. Yeah. I don't think I would. Actually, really? Nothing in red has... It grants... Nothing in red at common natively has Vigilance. What about smaller stuff? Most of them are... Wow. Mono red does not get Vigilance at common? Wow. Alright. Disciple of the Old Ways. 2 mana for 2/2 Human Warrior. Red to give it first strike till end of turn. If you really want first strike, just play red cards. Play ores that give first strike. Play creatures that have first strike, etc., etc. Just don't. Horror of the Dim. 5 mana for a 3/4. Pay blue to give it hexproof till end of turn. That I could see being potentially useful. It's also a horror, so Captain. Yeah. Captain Nugathrod. I don't know how you actually pronounce it, but yeah. Build horrors.deck. Horror of the Dim you're gonna probably put in there. And Dutiful Throw. White for 1/1 and black to regenerate. Basically a 2-colored-ish. Whatchamacallit? Drudge Skeletons. But it costs less mana. But you have to play 2 colors to use it. That's fine. And now... anything that jumps out at me as... Alright. Nothing immediately jumps out at me except for, like, in terms of cycles. Oh, the Guildmages, but those are too far down. So, Merfolk of the Depths. 6 mana for 4/2 flash, Merfolk Soldier. I think if you're in Simic and you want to do something weird like Simic Soldiers, maybe. Merfolk, I could maybe see it, but you need the problem is you need like 2 lords in play to make it equivalent to a what do you call it? To make it equivalent to a Crawlworm and Flash, and I don't think that's enough. Fortress Cyclops, 5 mana for a 3/3. When it attacks, gets +3 power, and when it blocks, +3 toughness till end of turn. What I would recommend with this is find a way to give him vigilance, because then he can always be, he can attack as a 6/3 and block as a 3/6. I would start with that. Cyclops dot deck, potentially. Soldiers, probably not. Any kind of aggro deck, probably not. Ruination Worm, you see this because it's a 6 mana 7/6. If you are looking to be any sort of aggro vanilla, you are tempted to consider this card because, just like I said before about my Boros aggro deck, both its power and toughness are at least equal to its mana value, and its power is greater. So based on that, maybe. Drakewing Krasis, 3 mana for a 3/1 flying trample. It's actually pretty decent. It's actually pretty decent. It doesn't look like a lot, but again, people overlook flying consistently. And if you've got any kind of way to pump this at all, like build like a Simic Flyers deck, and run cards like oh my god, if you're playing Simic Flyers, you run favorable winds, and you run, say, Hornet Queen, your Hornets now start getting nasty. Yeah, like it's going to be enough. Like, this is going to be enough that it's going to annoy people commonly. And even if they jump block, you're still going to get extra damage through because it's got trample. Primal Visitations, 5 mana, enchant creature gets +3/+3 and has haste. That haste is really only good if you cast this the turn the creature enters. Which means that to do this, you really want a way to have a creature enter that doesn't involve spending mana on it. I don't think I think I'd pass on it. Speaking of Simic and speaking of flying, 2 mana in 2 mana instant. Target land becomes a 3/3 flying elemental creature till end of turn. It's still a land, but now it's a 3/3 flyer, which means it's easier to blow up. It's easier to attack. You can attack with it. You have options with this thing. This is the sort of thing I would consider throwing on an Icecrown Scepter. Ordained Veteran, 4 mana for a 3/1. Battalion that gains double strike. I don't think so. Unless you've got some kind, you would need something really good to make this a 4 mana for a 3/1 double strike. Even ignore Battalion and just assume 3/1 double strike for 4 mana. I don't think that's enough. Mostly getting hurt by that single point of toughness. Somebody casts an effect like Tremor or Crypt Rats for 1 or anything, and it's gone. I don't think that's enough. Purge the Profane. Insert comments about discard here. Target opponent discards 2 cards and you gain 2 life. This feels like it could conceivably be a mono black card now. I don't think it is. I wonder. Oh, colon. Really? Start by color. Yeah, I don't see anything that does anything similar to it. So yeah, maybe that is if you're looking for life gain attached to this card, that looks like what you'd have to play. Huh. That being said, I don't think it's worth playing this. I think there's better options, even if you're playing discard at 4 mana. You should be able to hit people for 3 cards. You should be able to hit multiple players, etc. Alms Beast. I always thought Alms Beast was hilarious. Basically, anything that tangles with this has lifelink. Oh. Okay. First option, make it really hard to end up in to make it really hard to tangle with this. Even giving it first strike would be huge. Because 6 power first strike is going to kill most things before it can hit back. So the lifelink is irrelevant. Second, players, play something that says players or opponents can't gain life. Third, have an effect that drains people for gaining life. um, sort by color. False Cure. Nah. False Cure seems to be the only card I'm seeing that does what it does. Hate life gain. You. Sort by color. Well, for an opponent. If an opponent gains life, Archfiend of Despair, your opponents can't gain life. That's what I'm looking for. You're already playing black-white. Archfiend of Despair, your opponents can't gain life. At the beginning of each end step, each opponent loses life equal to life that player lost this turn. Erebos, God of the Dead, players can't gain life. Or your opponents can't gain life. Simply saying your opponents can't gain life does a lot. Warden Song Aria, players can't gain life. Okay. Oh, there it is. Tainted Remedy. Tainted Remedy. That's the card I'm... That does exactly... If an opponent would gain life, they lose that much life instead. Plague Drone does the same thing on a 3/3 flyer. Kavu Predator. Oh, Kavu Predator would be dumb. 2/2 trample whenever for 2 mana. Whenever an opponent gains life, put that many +1 counters on this creature. Reign of Gore. If a spell or ability would cause this controller to gain life, that player loses that much life instead. Yeah. So there's a few cards that skip the ones that just say can't gain life. There's a few cards that actually let you burn people for trying to gain life. And so stuff like that, Almsby suddenly becomes really good. Executioner Swing, target creature that dealt damage this turn gets -5/-5 till end of turn. Doesn't say what kind of damage. It just says, did it deal damage? Combat damage, activate ability, triggered ability, whatever. Yeah. The contract specified an appendage for mispayment. Read the fine print. The head is an appendage. Oof. Bane Alley Broker, 3 mana. Oh, this guy. Okay, so she's a 0/3 human rogue. Draw a card, then knocks out card from your hand face down, which you can look at any time. And then you can pay 2 and tap it to return one of those cards back to your hand. So it slowly draws you cards. It's like take one, put one away, and then grab it again later. You really want an untap ability with that. Something along the lines of whatchamacallit, wow. Freed from the Real. Something along that nature. Because Freed from the Real, amongst other things, says, you know, pay blue, untap target, untap enchanted creature. So, tap, draw a card, put a card, draw a card, store a card, pay a blue to untap it, pay 2 blue and a black and tap, and get the card back. So, with a card like Freed from the Real, you're basically paying 2 blue plus black draw a card. But in the meantime, you can store cards away. And cards that are exiled, like again, you can look at them at any time. You get to know what card you're bringing back. You get to I'm bringing this card back. True Fire Paladin, 2 mana for 2/2 Vigilance, and you can pay 2 to either give it +2/+0 till end of turn or first strike till end of turn. I would generally say the Pump Knights are better. Nope. Okay, you're not a no tag. I don't know what you'd be tagged as. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, Order of the Ebon Hand. Stuff of this nature. Oh, I'm sad. There's nothing for Pump Knight. So 2 black, Pearl white, pay a black to give it first strike till end of turn, pay 2 black to give it +1/+0 till end of turn. Stuff of this nature. This isn't, and white obviously has a corresponding version, and there's a few cards of this nature. I would rather play those kind of cards instead. It doesn't mean True Fire Paladin is necessarily bad. If I'm playing Knight Tribal, I might consider throwing it in. Now, artifacts. There's only 12. 5 of them are key runes, which are all, like we said last week, 3 mana, 3 to cast, tap them, add one of 2 colors to your mana pool, and then in this case, pay 1 mana of each of the two colors, and this becomes a creature of a given size with given abilities till end of turn. Gruul key rune is a 3/2 trample. Simic is a 2/3 hexproof, which also means it can protect itself from getting blown up from shatter effects and whatnot. Orzhov is a white 1/4 with lifelink. Boros is a 1/1 double strike. And Dimir is a 2/2 unblockable. Millennial Gargoyle, 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer. There's better options now, even at common. Angel of Modernity is amazing. Much better than this. Right, in fact, for this, you should be able to get. I think you can get a 3/2 flyer now, if I remember right. Snarethopter. Yeah, 3/2 flying haste. Paragon I've mentioned. Joy is familiar. Reduce the same thing with reduce the cost of your historics. Sahili's Silverwing. Enters look at the top card target opponent's library, and then the Tingwing Chimera. You can sack to put a +2 counter and flying on another Chimera. Riot Gear, 2 to cast, 2 to equip, +1/+2 to equip creature. Don't. You should be able to get at least +2/+2, even at that point, even at common. Razor Tip Whip, 2 to cast, 1 tap, 1 damage to target opponent. I would much rather play Rod of Ruin, which is 1 more to cast. Do you have... Rod of Ruin. 4 to cast, 3 tap, 1 damage to any target. it costs twice the cost to cast and more than twice to activate. And 1 damage to any target. I think it's okay for what it does. Jury's out on that one. I'm not enthused by it, but I think it's, for what it does, I think it's probably the most efficient. Armored Transport, 3 to cast. Prevent all combat damage should be dealt to this creature by creatures blocking it. In other words, this attacks. Anything that blocks it deals no combat damage to the transport. It's fine. Something like this, you really want a lure effect on it. There. Lure. 3 mana, aura, enchant creature. All creatures able to block enchant creature do so. You put that on here. Anything that can block this has to. And then prevent all combat damage to be dealt to it. So, I mean, it still died at like triggered abilities and stuff, but Skyblinder Staff, 1 to cast, 3 to equip. Equip creature gets +1/+0 and can't be blocked by creatures with flying. So if you take that and you equip it to the Spire Tracer, again, now only creatures with reach can block it. Have fun with that. Yeah. Glaring Spotlight. 1 to cast your opponent's creatures that have hexproof. You can now target them. And pay 3 and sack it. Your stuff gains hexproof till end of turn and can't be blocked this turn. So, you can hit your opponent's stuff that's got hexproof. And then you can sack this to make sure your stuff is protected both from spells and abilities and can't be blocked. And then Illusionist Bracers. Whenever an ability of an equipped creature is activated, if it isn't mana ability, copy that ability. You may choose new targets for the copy. So, words. A mana ability generates mana. It doesn't have to put you up mana, but the result is I make mana. Think Land of War Elves, Elvish Mystic, the ability of a land. You know, tap, add red, add green, add, colors, whatever. Those are all mana abilities because they generate mana. You don't have to go ahead in mana, but the output has to be mana. And we're talking activate abilities, which are the most common mana abilities. Pay some cost, which could simply involve tapping. : make mana. So, any ability that's like that, you can't copy. any other kind of activate ability, you can. So Illusionist Bracers ends up being really good for copying activate abilities that you want to be able to get multiple effects. Sometimes even allowing you to like do combo shenanigans. Like you know what were you called? Tidewater minion. That's what it was. Tap, untap target permanent. You put the bracers on this. You use its ability to untap a land. Copy the ability. You may choose new targets for the ability. You have the copy. Untap the minion. And you just do that a bunch of times. You untap all your lands, generate a bunch of mana, and shenanigans. And then lands. There's only 6 lands in the set. The 5 guild gates. We all know how the guild gates work. And the Thespian stage. Land that taps for 1. Pay 2 and tap it to turn it into a land and into a copy of target land until end of turn. And it still maintains this the ability to copy stuff. Which means that you can go, hey, by the way, I'm going to copy that and still keep the ability to copy stuff. And that being said, it's been a long night. It's 11 after 1. I've been streaming for over 6 hours. Oh, there we go. Okay. That looks better. Time to go. I will see you guys next week. I might stream tomorrow if I've got the ability to. Alright. Good night, everyone. Adios.